Something stirred in you the moment this message found you. You did not seek it out by accident. I brought it to your attention because there are things I have been waiting to say to you. Things that have been forming in the deep places long before you could hear them. This is not a coincidence. This is a moment I arranged for you, in this hour, in this particular season of your life. And I need you to stop, to settle your spirit, and to listen closely, because what I am about to speak to you is not ordinary. It is a word that carries the weight of heaven directly into your situation. I have watched you carry things you were never meant to carry alone. I have seen you move through your days with a quiet ache in your chest, the kind that does not announce itself loudly, but sits with you from morning to night. You have held it together for the sake of those around you. You have smiled when your heart was not smiling. You have kept pressing forward even when you wondered if forward was still a direction available to you. I have seen all of it, every single moment. And I tell you now, with the full certainty of who I am, none of it has gone unnoticed. There is a miracle that belongs to you. It has your name woven into it. It was prepared before you ever walked into the hardest seasons of your life, and nothing that has happened, not a single loss, not a single closed door, not a single night when you lay awake wondering if I was still near, has changed what I have designated for you. But hear me carefully. What belongs to you is also being contested. There are forces of doubt and weariness pressing against your spirit, trying to convince you that your season has already passed, that you waited too long, that the window has closed. Those forces are lying to you. Do not receive their words. Listen closely now. The opposition you have felt is not proof that you are forgotten. It is proof that what I have placed inside your story is worth fighting over. The enemy does not bother attacking what has no power. He troubles those who are close to something that could change everything. If you have been feeling an unusual heaviness lately, a kind of pressure you cannot explain, do not read that as a sign of defeat. Read it as a sign that you are very near to a turning point. What has been pressing against you has not been able to move you from your place. You are still standing. You are still here. And that matters more than you know. I am not coming to you today to remind you of what went wrong. I am not here to rehearse your failures or highlight the places where you fell short. Those things hold no interest for me in this moment. What interests me is your future. What captivates my attention is what I am preparing to release into your life, because it is ready. The season of your long preparation is drawing to its close, and the things I have been making ready are beginning to move into position. You will begin to see small signs of this, little confirmations, moments that feel too precise to be random. Receive them. They are not coincidences. They are signals from me that the chapter is turning. I know the nights have been long. I know there have been hours when you lay still in the dark and your thoughts pressed in hard. I know the weight of wondering if your prayers were reaching me at all, if your trust was placing you somewhere foolish, if the ones around you were right when they suggested you had set your expectations too high. My answer to all of that silence is this. I was always there. I was never distant. What felt like silence was not absence. It was the quiet of a craftsman working with full concentration on something that required his most careful attention. That craftsman was me, and what I was working on was for you. So come closer now. Not with fear, not with the worn-down hope of someone who has been disappointed before, but with the steady expectation of someone whose father has proven himself faithful again and again across time. I'm not starting a new promise today. I'm completing one that has always been yours. I'm moving the final pieces into place for a breakthrough that is already written in the purposes I hold for your life. Stand firm in this. Do not waver. Do not turn back now. Declare your Amen if you receive this word. I did not bring you to this moment so that you could remain on the outside of the life I designed for you. I have been calling you forward from the very beginning, through every circumstance, through every unexpected turn, through every season that confused you or left you uncertain. Each of those seasons was a hallway leading somewhere. Each closed door protected you from a path that was not built for you. Each delay shielded you from receiving something before you were ready to hold it well. You may not have seen it that way at the time. Most people never do. But looking back from where I stand, it is plain. Every single step brought you here. And here is exactly where the next extraordinary thing begins. You have a resilience in you that you have not fully recognized. You dismiss it because it does not feel like strength from the inside. It feels like just getting through. But I tell you, what looks like just getting through from where you stand looks like extraordinary endurance from where I stand. I have watched you choose trust when circumstances gave you no logical reason to trust. I have seen you reach for hope when the evidence around you pointed in the opposite direction. That is not weakness. That is a kind of faith that I treasure. And that faith, my child, is not going unrewarded. Stand firm. I am not asking you to manufacture a confidence you do not feel. Rest in who I am. Your moment is arriving. There are voices that have been speaking against your miracle. I want you to understand them clearly, so that you will stop giving them authority over your heart. These voices are not coming from wisdom. They are coming from fear, and they have taken on many forms. Some have spoken through people around you, people who love you but whose own hope has grown thin. They see your situation and they tell you what their own diminished faith can imagine, which is not very much. Their words were not malicious, but they were not mine either. Do not carry them. Some of the loudest opposition has come from within your own thinking. The voice that says it is too late for you. The voice that reminds you of every attempt that did not succeed. The voice that measures your age, your resources, your record of past mistakes and concludes, there is nothing left worth expecting. That voice knows exactly which wounds to press on. It speaks in a tone that sounds almost reasonable, almost like good sense. But it is the oldest lie there is. It told Sarah she was past her season. It told the disciples the tomb was sealed and the story was over. It has always been wrong, and it is wrong about you. I want to name for you the three main ways this opposition moves against you, so you can recognize them the moment they appear. The first is the spirit of doubt. It whispers questions designed not to produce answers, but to unsettle your confidence. What if this does not work out this time? What if I am the exception? What if I read this wrong? The moment you hear those questions taking root, push them out with my word. Speak what I have spoken over you. Declare out loud what I have promised. My word in your mouth is the sharpest answer to every whispered doubt. The second is the spirit of impatience. It urges you to stop waiting and take matters into your own hands. It makes the waiting feel like waste. It suggests that if I truly intended to move, I would have moved by now. So it pushes you to grab for solutions that are beneath what I have planned, to settle for something less because something less is available right now. Do not do it. Impatience has cost many people the very thing I was about to give them. They reach for the nearest door and miss the one I was preparing to open. Active faith waits. It prays, it declares, it holds, and it trusts my timing even when my timing feels long. The third is the spirit of comparison. It turns your eyes to others and manufactures grievance. Why did their answer come so quickly? Why is their life moving while mine feels frozen? Comparison is designed to replace gratitude with resentment, and resentment is a weight that closes the hand that should be open to receive. Your path is not anyone else's path. The things I have prepared for you are not transferable. They were shaped for your life, for your specific need, for the precise contours of your purpose on this earth. No one else's blessing can tell you anything about yours. Speak these words aloud now, if you are willing. Say, I trust you with the timing. I trust you with the way. I believe what you have promised is on its way to me, and I will not forfeit it through fear. Stand in agreement if your spirit says yes. Now I want to tell you about a man named Peter. He had spent an entire night on the water doing what he knew best. He was not lazy. He was not faithless. He worked through the darkness with every skill and every technique he possessed. And he came to the morning with empty hands. No catch. Just exhaustion and the quiet sting of a night that produced nothing. That is a feeling I think you know. The feeling of having put everything you had into something and still coming up short. The effort was real. The weariness was real. But the result was still empty. I came to Peter on the shore, and I gave him an instruction that made no sense from where he was standing. Go back out. Cast your net again. He had already done this. He had done it over and over through the night. But something in him responded. He went back. He did not wait to feel certain. He did not demand that I explain myself first. He simply obeyed in the face of exhaustion and in the face of all previous evidence that said this would not work. And what happened next was so overwhelming that the net could barely contain it. My child, I am standing at the edge of your story today, and I am speaking the same kind of word to you. Not because I am dismissing how tired you are, not because I am unaware of the long nights behind you. I see all of it, but I also see what is in the water just ahead of you. I know what is waiting if you will launch out one more time. The moment you act in trust, even when everything in you says there is no good reason to, is the moment the impossible becomes immediate. Do not hold back now. You are closer than the empty nets make it feel. What I have prepared is real, it is specific, and it is yours. There is something I want you to see about that moment with Peter. He was not asked to perform something extraordinary. He was asked to do the ordinary thing one more time, the same action that had produced nothing all night, but this time in response to my word. That is the whole difference. The action did not change. The posture behind it changed completely. He moved from human effort to obedient trust, and that shift is the one I am inviting you into right now. So go back to the water, my child. Launch out one more time in trust, rather than in striving. The deep water ahead is exactly where I am waiting for you. I want to talk to you about something that may seem simple, but carries more weight than you have realized. I want to talk about your words. The things you say over yourself, over your situation, over your future. Because what comes out of your mouth is not just sound that fades into the air. Your words are seeds. They go into ground, they take root, and they produce fruit, whether you intend them to or not. When you say that you will never find a way through this, you are building walls. When you say that it is too late for you, you are writing a conclusion before the story has ended. When you say that nothing ever works out for you, you are creating an agreement with the opposition and closing the space where my provision needs to move. I am not asking you to ignore your reality. I am asking you to stop letting your reality be the final word. My word is the final word. And my word says you are provided for. My word says you are not forgotten. My word says the best of what I have for you is not behind you. This is not a matter of pretending. It is a matter of alignment. When your mouth speaks in agreement with what I have promised, something shifts in the unseen realm. Agreements made in faith unlock movement. Declarations rooted in my word create an opening for my power to work in ways your circumstances alone cannot explain. So I am asking you, starting from this moment, to be deliberate about what you say. Not because I am a rigid authority counting your words, but because I am a father who knows what your declarations do to your own spirit and to the atmosphere around you. Say this: what I am walking through is not my ending. My best days are ahead. The one who holds my future is faithful, and I trust him with every part of my life. Speak it plainly. Speak it again if you need to. Let your spirit hear it from your own voice. Because the faith I am calling out of you is not a feeling that waits for evidence before it speaks. It is a choice that speaks first, and then waits for the evidence to follow. I want to tell you about a woman who understood this before she ever opened her mouth. She had been carrying a sickness for 12 years. Not 1 year, not 2, 12. She had tried every available remedy. She had given what resources she had to every source of help she could find. And still she was not well. The reasonable voice in her situation had a great deal of evidence on its side. It had 12 years of evidence. It had empty hands and a depleted life and every practical reason to conclude that change was no longer available to her. But something rose up inside her that was not reasonable. It was faith. And faith does not run the same calculations that reason runs. She heard I was nearby, and she moved toward me, not waiting for a sign, not waiting for permission, not waiting until she felt more certain. She moved first. She decided that if she could get close enough to even brush the edge of what I carried, that would be enough. And the moment she acted on that decision, healing flowed from me to her so immediately that I felt it go. What 12 years of effort had not accomplished, one moment of moving faith did. Because she did not wait to see before she acted. She acted, and then she saw. I am asking you to move in the same way right now. Not to wait until everything feels right. Not to hold back until the circumstances line up into something more encouraging. But to act in trust with what is in front of you. Because when faith moves, I move with it. Your miracle is not waiting for your situation to change. Your situation is waiting for your faith to move. There's a moment in every breakthrough where the person who receives it had to act before they had full evidence. Every story I have written that changed everything began with someone deciding to trust me at the exact point where trusting made the least logical sense. That is the moment I have been preparing you for. That moment is now. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I'm preparing. I did not call you close to this moment, just to have you leave the same way you arrived. Something is meant to shift in you here. I am asking you not to receive these words as a pleasant thought, and then return to everything exactly as it was. Faith that does not produce action is not the kind of faith that moves anything, but faith that steps forward, even in uncertainty, even with trembling hands. That is the faith I have always responded to. That is the faith that rewrote history in the hands of ordinary people who simply decided to trust me more than they trusted their fear. What I am placing in your path right now, you will not get to by standing still. You will get to it by moving, by choosing, by releasing what has held you and reaching toward what I am holding for you. The woman who was healed did not receive her miracle while she was talking herself out of it. She received it while she was moving toward me. Let that be what this moment means for you. Move toward me. Right now. One step. I will be right there to meet you. There is something I want you to understand about every season of waiting you have endured. None of it was punishment. None of it was neglect. Every delay you experienced had a function, even the ones that felt most silent, even the ones that stretched beyond what felt reasonable or fair. What appears from the inside as time going to waste is often from where I stand, time being used with great precision. I do not let your seasons pass without purpose. I am not a God who marks time carelessly. Abraham and Sarah waited 25 years for a promise I had spoken clearly over their lives. 25 years. Think about what that number means in a human life. Years of holding a word that had no evidence around it. Years of watching time move in the direction that seemed to argue against everything I had said. Every practical voice in their world would have agreed that the moment had passed. Biology agreed, age agreed, reason agreed, but my word did not expire. My word does not expire. And when the moment I had always intended finally came, Sarah laughed with a joy so full she could not contain it. What arrived was not less than what I had promised because of the wait. It was exactly what I had said. And it carried the added weight of having stood through every reason not to believe it. Your wait has not diminished what I have prepared for you. It has deepened it. Every year of faithfulness in the lean season is a year I have taken into account. Every choice to keep trusting when the evidence was thin is something I have not missed. What you are about to receive carries the full measure of everything I intended for you before the waiting began. The delay did not reduce the promise. The delay was preparation for the person who would receive it. I want to tell you about a woman named Hagar, who found herself in a desert with nothing left. The water was gone. Hope had run out. She moved her child away so she would not have to watch what was coming. She had arrived at what felt like the absolute end of her options. And in that place, I opened her eyes, not to something that arrived from outside, but to a well that was already there, already present, that she had not been able to see through her despair. I did not create a new source for her in that moment. I simply opened her eyes to what I had already placed nearby. It was always there. She could not see it until she called out to me. My child, hear me say this carefully. There are things I have already placed near you that your discouragement has kept you from seeing. Sources of provision, doors of possibility, people who are positioned to be part of your breakthrough, things that are already present in the landscape of your life. You have been looking so hard at what is missing that you have not yet seen what is already there. I am asking you to let me open your eyes, not to something coming from far away, but to what I have already quietly prepared and placed within reach. Then there is Job. He knew what it was to lose almost everything that mattered. Everything that gave his life its visible shape seemed to fall away at once. The people around him offered explanations that were wrong, conclusions drawn from a view too small to see what I was doing. Job did not understand what was happening, but he held on. He argued with me, which is not the same as turning from me. He brought his grief and his confusion to my doorstep and stayed there. And what came after that long season of holding on was a restoration that exceeded what had been. Not a pale echo of his former life, a fuller, richer version. I am the God of restoration. That is not a figure of speech. It is what I do. What you feel you have lost, I am not finished with. Relationships you thought were beyond repair are not beyond my reach. Strength you believe has been permanently depleted is not beyond my renewing. Dreams you set aside because they seem to belong to a younger, less weathered version of yourself are not forgotten. I placed those desires inside you. They did not originate with you. They came from me, which means I have every intention of bringing them to life. The years you consider lost are years I intend to restore with abundance. Every season of waiting is followed by a season of return, and your return is coming. I am already working on the specifics. I am arranging the people, shaping the circumstances, moving the pieces that are not visible to you yet. My preparation is never superficial. When I work ahead of time on your behalf, I do it with full knowledge of every detail your situation requires. Nothing is being improvised. Everything is being prepared. And when the prepared thing finally meets your prepared heart, what unfolds will be more than you could have mapped out from where you stood during the waiting. You are closer to that meeting point than any previous season of your life. Much closer. The light that felt so far away is now near enough to warm you. Open yourself to it. Do not contract back into the safety of low expectations. Dare to believe, again, that what I say is true. Not because the evidence has fully arrived, but because I have never once failed to deliver what I have spoken. Hold your expectation open. Let it be wide. I am not in the business of half measures. I am filling every part of what you have set before me, and I intend to overflow it. The restoration I am preparing for you is not a partial recovery. It is not a smaller version of what was. It is the full thing, returned and amplified, with the marks of my faithfulness pressed all through it. What I restore to you will not look like a reduced version of what was. It will look like abundance. I need to speak to you about something that may be the heaviest thing you are carrying without fully realizing it. It is the weight of what others have done to you. The wounds that came from people who were supposed to be safe. The betrayals that arrived from directions you never anticipated. The disappointments from those you gave your trust to and who handled it carelessly. You have not talked much about some of these things. They live in the quieter places of you. But I see them. And I know how much energy it takes to carry what you were never designed to hold. There are people in your story who hurt you. Some of them did it knowingly. Some of them did it without understanding the damage they caused. Some of them were broken people who passed their brokenness on, because that is all they had to give in that season. And some of them you have forgiven already, but some you have not. And the unforgiveness, my child, is a chain. It does not punish the one who wronged you. It keeps you anchored to the moment of the wound, unable to move freely into what I have ahead for you. I am not asking you to pretend the harm did not happen. It did happen. I am not asking you to return to what was unsafe, or to trust again someone who has not given you any reason to trust them. Wisdom and forgiveness are not opposites. You can forgive someone fully and still protect the ground of your life from being harmed again. What I'm asking is something specific and precise. I am asking you to release the right of revenge, to stop carrying the debt, to hand it to me, who sees everything clearly and will settle every account justly. That is not your work. That is mine. When you release that weight, something happens inside you that you cannot manufacture through any other means. Space opens. Not just emotional space, but spiritual space. Space where new things can enter. Space where I can move without obstruction. Some of the breakthrough you have been waiting for is on the other side of that release. Not because I am withholding until you perform correctly, but because the bitterness itself has been functioning like a closed hand. An open hand can receive. A clenched one cannot. Here is something worth sitting with. Where you have been broken and have allowed me to heal you, that is where you are now strongest. When a bone fractures and is properly set and healed, the point of fracture becomes denser than the surrounding structure. The place that broke is, in the end, more resistant than what never broke at all. Your healed wounds are not your weaknesses. They are the most unbreakable parts of you. The enemy spent his best effort on those places, and they held. What does that tell you? It tells you that you are more durable than you have given yourself credit for. It tells you that you have already survived what was meant to stop you. I am the God of new beginnings. This is not a title I hold casually. It is the consistent story of every life I have ever worked in. No matter how many times a person has stumbled, no matter how far off course a life has drifted, I am not done writing. Every morning that comes is a statement from me. It is mercy made visible. It is a declaration that the story is still open, that today carries possibility that yesterday did not exhaust. You have not run out of new beginnings. You have not used up the capacity I built into your story for fresh starts. I know you have tried to protect yourself from further hurt by keeping your expectations low. You have learned to not want too much, so that if things fall short again, the distance between expectation and reality is smaller. I understand why you built that protection. It was a reasonable response to real pain, but it is also keeping you from receiving what I intend to give you. I am asking you to dismantle that protection carefully, not to leave yourself exposed to foolishness, but to open yourself to the possibility that what I am bringing toward you is genuinely good, not a trick, not something that will collapse when you touch it. Something real, something lasting, something worthy of your trust. You do not need to become someone different to receive what I have for you. You do not need to perform a version of yourself that is more polished or more certain or more spiritually impressive. I know exactly who you are in your most unguarded moments. I have seen all of it, every stumble, every fear, every quiet moment of doubt. And I chose you fully, not a cleaned-up version of you. The acceptance I extend to you is not conditional on your improvement. It is already complete. Rest in that. Let it settle. You do not need to earn what I am giving. You only need to receive it. Look up now. Lift your gaze from the ground of past losses and the weight of old wounds. What is ahead of you is not defined by what is behind you. I have set your future beyond the reach of your past, and I am inviting you to step into it, unencumbered, free of the chains that have held you in yesterday. Say it aloud now if your heart is ready. Say, I release what held me. I step forward. I receive what is prepared for me. If your spirit agrees, let this be your declaration of trust. I am right here, holding what you have trusted me with, and I will not let it go to waste. Not a single part of your story, not the struggle, not the waiting, not the releasing. It is all in my hands, and what I hold, I transform. Every single part of you is in the hands that form the world, and those hands are entirely trustworthy. My hands do not return what they receive in the same condition they received it. They return it, healed, strengthened, and multiplied. You are completely safe here. I want to tell you something you may not have heard in a long time, or perhaps ever heard in quite this way. I am proud of you. Not proud in the way that requires you to have succeeded impressively, or to have handled everything without stumbling. Proud in the way a parent is proud of a child who kept getting up. Proud of the way you have chosen again and again to stay in the conversation with me, even when the conversation felt one-sided. Proud of the mornings you rose and kept going when you had every emotional reason to simply stop. The world measures value by outcomes. I measure it differently. I look at the heart that kept trusting when there was no visible reward for trusting. And what I see in yours deserves to be honored. You have given kindness to people who did not return it. You have been patient with situations that tested your limits. You have stayed generous in seasons when you did not have much to give. Those things were not invisible to me, not a single one of them. What you sow in hidden faithfulness does not disappear. It accumulates, it builds, and you are approaching the season where the harvest of all that faithful, quiet, unrewarded sowing is beginning to arrive. Now let me tell you what I see ahead for you. Because this is not a season like the ones before it. What is coming is different in kind. Not just a slight improvement on your current circumstances, but a genuine step into a new level of life. Doors that have been sealed will open without you forcing them. People who can play a meaningful part in your story will arrive at exactly the right time. Opportunities that seemed entirely out of reach will come within arm's length. Not because you chased them down, but because I directed them toward you. This is not wishful language. This is what happens when the preparation season ends and the release season begins. I want you to understand something important about what I am bringing, though. The blessing that is coming is not just for you alone. Your miracle has a reach that goes beyond your own life. There are people whose faith has grown thin. People who are right on the edge of giving up. People who need to see with their own eyes that I still work, that what I say still comes to pass, that the long wait does not mean I forgot. Your story, when it reaches the other side of this, is going to be that evidence for someone else. Your testimony will do in another person's heart what no persuasive argument can do. It will show them a life, a real one with real difficulties and real waiting, and a real God who was faithful through all of it. That is part of why this breakthrough has been worth the weight of the preparation. It is not just about what changes in your life, as meaningful as that is. It is about what your changed life speaks into the lives of others who have needed proof that hope is not foolish, that trust is not wasted, that I am still the God who answers. You are being prepared not only to receive, but to carry something that will ripple outward in ways you cannot currently measure. I also need to prepare you for something. In the days just ahead, there may be one final place of pressure before the opening comes. I am telling you this not to discourage you, but so that when it comes you will recognize it for what it is. It is not a sign that things are falling apart. It is the moment that almost always precedes a breakthrough, the place where the press is most intense, because what is about to emerge is most powerful. When you feel that pressure, do not read it as defeat. Read it as the signal that you are right at the threshold. Think of it this way. Before a new day fully arrives, the darkness just before the dawn is at its deepest. Not because light is retreating, but because the light is about to break. You are in that space right now. The dark is deep, But the dawn is genuinely near. I am not simply saying this to comfort you. I am saying it because it is true, and I do not speak things that are not true. When that final test comes, do not face it alone. Bring it to me. Do not carry it in silence or try to resolve it by the strength of your own reasoning. Come with it openly and let me be what I have always been to you. Your source, your support, your place of refuge. I will be closer in that moment than I have ever felt. My hand will be under you. My words will rise in you. You will not fall. I have made sure of that. And when it passes, when you come through that final place of pressing, you will look back at it the way you now look back at every other difficulty you survived, with the clear knowledge that I was in it, that you were not alone, and that it served a purpose you could not see in the middle of it. Stand firm for this last stretch. Do not measure the distance still remaining. Look at me instead. Fix your eyes on who I am rather than on how far it still feels. I am right there at the finish line of this season, and I am already holding what I promised you. It has your name on it. My child, I have never let go of you. Not in the valleys, not in the silences, not in the seasons when you felt most unseen. My grip on your life has not loosened once, and I am not about to loosen it now, when the very thing I have been preparing is finally ready to be placed in your hands. You are not approaching your end. You are approaching your arrival. Feel the difference. Let it settle into the deepest part of you. This is not the end of the road. This is where the road opens wide. I want to close this with something that has always been true about you. Something that your hardest seasons may have obscured but never managed to erase. You were not brought into this world by accident. Your existence is not the product of random chance or indifferent forces. I formed you. I thought about you before the first breath of your life. I knew the particular shape of what you would need, the specific kind of resilience you would have to develop, the unique purpose that only you in all of time could carry. There is no one else who can do what you were made to do. Not a duplicate, not a substitute. You are singular in my design, and that design has not been canceled by any difficulty you have walked through. This matters because I want you to stop carrying the question of whether you are enough. The answer is settled. It is not settled by your performance or your track record or your sense of personal worthiness. It is settled by who I am and by the fact that I made you. I do not make things that are without value. I do not bring a person through what you have been through and then set them aside as something that did not work out. You worked out exactly as I intended. The seasons that refined you did what refinement does. They took away what was impure and they left what is real. What is standing in front of me right now is the truest version of you, the one I was always working toward. Now I want to speak plainly about what moving forward actually looks like from here, because it is not complicated. It does not require you to have it all figured out. It does not require perfect certainty or an absence of questions. Moving forward simply means waking up tomorrow and choosing to trust that I am who I say I am, and that what I have promised, I am delivering. That is the whole of it. One day, one choice, one step, and then another after that. The path in front of you will not always be fully visible before you step onto it. That is the nature of faith. It moves on the word of the one giving the direction, not on the full visibility of where the direction leads. But hear me say this. Every path I have called someone onto, I have already walked. There is no stretch of road ahead of you that is unknown to me. Where you are going, I have already been. I have cleared what needed clearing. I have marked what you need to notice. I have stationed what you need along the way. You will not step into anything alone. The tiredness you carry today is real. I do not want you to dismiss it or perform energy you do not have. But I also want you to know that what I am releasing into your body and your spirit right now is not based on your current supply. I have a supply that does not run low. What you need for the next step will be available when you need it. Not before and not too late. Exactly when it is required. I have never given my children more than they could carry, and I have never withheld what they genuinely needed for the path I placed them on. Some of what I am giving you now will arrive quietly. A shift in a relationship. A door you walk past and then feel drawn back to. A sense of peace about a decision that has seemed impossible to make. Some of it will arrive with more force, something unmistakable. Something that stops you and makes you say, "This is you." Both kinds are real. Both kinds carry my intention. Do not miss the quiet ones in your hunger for the dramatic ones. I speak in both registers, and the quiet ones often carry the direction for the larger things that follow. I am calling you to move with a new quality of confidence from this point forward. Not a confidence in yourself alone, because that kind of confidence has limits and you know it, but a confidence rooted in who I am. A confidence that says, I do not know exactly how this resolves, but I know the one who holds the resolution, and I know his record, and I trust him. That is an unshakable foundation. Nothing that comes against you can destabilize a confidence rooted there, because it is not built on anything that circumstances can touch. The dreams that have felt dormant inside you, the ones you protected from your own expectation because they seemed too large or too unlikely, bring them back out. I placed them there. They belong there. They are not proof that you want too much. They are indicators of what I built you for. Begin to hold them again, carefully, with an open hand, rather than a desperate grip. Trust me with them. Tell me, this is what I sense inside me, and I give it to you. Let me carry those desires with you, because the one who placed them there is fully capable of bringing them to pass. Walk forward now, my child. Not with the exhausted steps of someone who has barely survived the road behind them. Walk with the steady, sure steps of someone who knows they are accompanied, who knows where the path leads, who knows the one holding their hand. What is ahead of you is not a smaller life. It is not a diminished version of what you hoped for. It is the full thing, the whole and rich and purposeful life I had in mind when I first breathed your name into being. There is nothing left to fear. There is nothing left to hold back. All you need to do is take my hand and step forward with me, and let this be the moment your new season truly begins. Speak your yes aloud if you are ready, and take my hand. I am already there, waiting for you, with everything I promised held out in my hands. Come. This is the moment you have been moving toward, and it is good. It is very good.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My dear child, stop whatever you're doing right now and let these words reach the deepest part of your heart. What I'm about to say is not just a message. It is a letter from my heart to yours, spoken so you can hear it, feel it, and carry it for the rest of your days. I have been waiting to tell you this, and today is the day you need to hear it clearly. You didn't find this moment by accident. You were not led here by chance. I drew you here because I have something to say to you, and I need you to listen with your whole heart open. Let the noise of the day fall away. Let it be just you and me for a little while. You are not alone. You have never been alone. Not on your hardest day. Not in your loneliest night. Not in those quiet hours when you sat in the dark and wondered if anyone in this universe cared about you at all. I was there. I am there still. I will never stop being there. This is not a comforting thought to help you sleep. This is the absolute truth, and I want it to sink into your soul like water soaking into dry ground. Let it settle. Let it stay. I want you to walk in my light today, not tomorrow. Not when things get better. Not when you feel more ready or more worthy. Right now, exactly as you are. Lift your head as you walk. The one who set the stars in their places, who paints the sunrise morning after morning, who breathed life into everything that lives, is walking beside you. That is not a small thing. That is everything. I want you to feel it in your bones. Hear this about your home. You and the ones you love are safe under the cover of my love. I have set a shield around your walls, around your loved ones, around every person you carry in prayer. There is no darkness strong enough to break through what I have built around you. There are battles being fought for you that your eyes will never see. I fight them myself. I stand guard over your life while you sleep, and I win wars on your behalf before trouble ever reaches your door. The enemy plans, and I overturn his plans before they take a single step toward you. So let go of the fear that has been gripping your heart. You are not exposed. You are not defenseless. You are covered by the strongest force in all of existence, and that force is my love for you. Nothing gets past it. I know fear has been loud lately. It has whispered to you at night and followed you through your days. It has told you that the worst is coming, that you cannot cope, that you are one bad day away from falling apart. Fear is a liar. It always has been. I do not speak to you the way fear speaks. Fear pushes and panics. I steady and strengthen. When you hear a voice that crushes you, that is not my voice. When you hear a voice that calls you higher while holding you close, that is me. My precious one, I see how hard you have worked to hold everything together. I see the weight you carry that no one else knows about. I see the smile you wear when your heart is heavy. You do not have to perform for me. Come as you are, and let me carry what you were never meant to carry alone. There is a reason this word is reaching you now, in this season, on this very day. Something is shifting in your life. You have sensed it, even if you could not name it. I am moving pieces into place that you cannot see yet, and I needed you to know it before tomorrow arrives. Before tomorrow arrives, I need you to know this. You are mine, not because of anything you did, not because you earned a place in my heart. You are mine because I chose you, and my choice does not change with your moods, your failures, or your fears. Tomorrow does not belong to your worries. It belongs to me. I am already there, standing in it, arranging it, preparing it for your arrival. When you step into it, you will not be stepping into the unknown. You will be stepping into a day I've already walked through on your behalf. So do not spend tonight rehearsing everything that could go wrong. Spend it resting in the one who holds everything that will go right. I have never once been surprised by your circumstances. I have never once run out of answers. And I am not about to start with you. Listen closely now, because I want this to go deep. The hard road you have walked did not disqualify you. The mistakes you made did not cancel my plans. The delays you endured did not mean I forgot you. I have been with you through every mile of it, and every mile has mattered. You are standing at the edge of something new, I will not tell you every detail, because I want you to walk with me, not just with a map. But I will tell you this much. What is ahead of you is good. It is worth every step it takes to reach it. I know you have questions. You wonder why some doors closed and why some prayers seem to hang in the air unanswered. You do not need every answer tonight. You need to know that the one who holds the answers also holds you. And I do. Firmly, gently, and without ever letting go. So breathe, my child. Let your shoulders come down from around your ears. Let the tension you have carried all day loosen its grip. This moment is safe. I made it safe so that you could finally hear me without the world shouting over my voice. If your heart is open to receive this, declare your amen now. Come near to me and let me tell you what happens when you do. When you quiet the noise of the world and sit still in my presence, I pour something into you that nothing on this earth can give. I fill you with peace that makes no sense to your mind. I fill you with wisdom no teacher could hand you. I fill you with strength that will surprise even you. I do not ask for your worship because I need it. I ask because of what it does in you. When your heart turns toward me, something opens. The weight redistributes. The fog thins. You begin to remember who you are, because you're standing near the one who made you. Every word I speak carries life in it. Not pleasant sounds, not empty comfort. Real, living power that changes things. When my word takes root in your heart, your whole world begins to shift. You begin to see differently. You begin to think differently. You carry yourself differently, and the atmosphere around you responds. Doors open that were sealed. Healing moves through places that were numb. What was stuck begins to move. I know there have been times when I spoke promises over you, and you found them hard to believe. I know the gap between what I said and what you could see felt impossibly wide. I am not angry about your doubt. I know how heavy life can be. I know how long some seasons stretch. But today, gather up every piece of courage you have and choose to believe again. Choose to trust me one more time. I am not a man that I should lie. What I say, I do. What I promise, I fulfill. The only question is whether you will hold on long enough to see it arrive. I am steady. I am the same in the morning as I am at midnight. I do not love you more when you succeed, and less when you struggle. My love is not tied to your performance. It is not a wage you earn. It is a river that keeps flowing, whether you feel worthy of it or not. I see everything inside you, every hidden thought, every secret longing you have never spoken aloud. I know the dreams you buried and the prayers you stopped praying because the silence wore you down. None of it makes me love you less. Knowing it all only makes me lean in closer. I am not a God who watches from a distance. I am a father who bends down to listen. I move heaven and earth for the good of my children, and you are one of them. That is not poetry. That is how I govern your life. Right now, in this very moment, I am handing you peace. Not the thin kind that shatters at the first piece of bad news. A deep, settled peace that sinks into the center of who you are and holds, no matter what the day looks like. Let it wash over you now. Let it push out the anxious thoughts that have been pacing the halls of your mind. You were not built to carry all of that. Hand it to me. I am strong enough to hold it, and I want to. Beautiful things are happening in your life right now, even though you cannot see them yet. I know that is hard to accept when everything looks messy or stalled. But hear me. Just because you cannot see what I am doing does not mean I am doing nothing. Behind what your eyes can reach, I am working. I am arranging. I am setting things in order. I am moving people and circumstances into position. I am preparing things for you so good that if you saw them now, you would not be able to take them in. So keep going. Keep trusting. Keep your heart open with expectation. What is coming is worth every day of the wait. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching the deepest part of your spirit. Take one step forward today in faith. Just one. You do not need to see the whole staircase. You only need to take the next step, and when your foot lands, I will be there to steady you. I have never let you fall without reaching down to lift you up again. I never will. And when you rise each morning, begin the day with me. Before the demands rush in, before the worries start crowding the door, in that first quiet moment when your eyes open, feel me there, close as breath. Say good morning to me. I treasure those moments with you more than you know. They set the course of your whole day. A heart that meets me at sunrise walks differently until sunset. Try it, and you will see. Talk to me through the day as well. Tell me about the small things, the decisions you are weighing, the person who was unkind, the moment that made you laugh. I am interested in all of it, because I am interested in you. Not the polished version you show the world. The real you, with all the questions and the mess. That is the one I love. Do not wait until you have grand words or a clean record to come to me. Come with your hair unbrushed and your thoughts scattered. Come tired. Come confused. I have never once turned away a child who came honestly, and I will not begin with you. There is a difference between knowing about me and knowing me. Many speak of me who have never sat with me. I am inviting you deeper than information. I am inviting you into a friendship that steadies your steps, feeds your soul, and outlasts every storm this life can raise. This is what I have wanted you to understand for a long time. I am not a duty on your list. I am the source of everything you have been searching for in 100 other places. Come to the source. Drink deeply. You will never be the same. My word has already taken root in your heart. You may not feel it working, but it is there, like a seed hidden deep in the soil, growing quietly until the day it breaks the surface and stands strong in the light. That is what is happening inside you. You are growing in ways you cannot measure yet. And everything growing in you now is getting you ready for what is ahead. Look at the world around you. So many are wandering without direction, chasing things they believe will fill them. Money, approval, position, pleasure. They reach what they were chasing and find the emptiness still there, waiting. They trust people who fail them. They pursue dreams that were never theirs. They pour themselves out trying to fill a space that was shaped for me alone. And slowly, quietly, they drift. Not because I pushed them away, but because they stopped looking for me. But you have been different. Even in your seasons of doubt, even when confusion pressed in, you kept coming back. You kept reaching for me. Do you know what that means to me? Everything. That is why I am entrusting you with more. I want you to be a carrier of hope, not by preaching at people, not by pushing, simply by letting my love move through the way you live, the way you speak, the way you treat the people in front of you. When others see something steady in you, something unshaken, they will wonder where it comes from. That is your moment to point them to me. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. There are people all around you who look fine on the outside and are breaking on the inside. They laugh with friends and feel alone in the crowd. They carry themselves through the day, then sit in silence at night, feeling hollow. I see every one of them, and I am sending hope to them through vessels like you. You do not need to do anything grand. Be kind, be patient. Listen when someone needs to be heard. Speak gently when someone near you is hurting. These small acts carry enormous power, and they plant seeds in hearts that I myself will water and grow. Do not underestimate one life lived with love and faith. You have no idea how far the ripples of your kindness travel, but I do. I follow every one of them to the farthest shore, and the reach of your life is greater than you will ever know on this side of eternity. Now let me speak to something that has been troubling your heart. There are times you feel held back, times when a voice tells you that you are not enough, that you have made too many mistakes, that your past cancels the future I promised you. Hear me clearly. That is a lie. Every word of it. Stop agreeing with it. I have set you free. Not partly free, not mostly free, completely free. The chains that held you, the shame, the guilt, the regret, I broke them. You are not who you used to be. You are not defined by what you did before you knew better. You are not trapped inside the worst chapter of your story. I have washed the record clean and set a fresh page before you. And on that page, I am writing something you would not believe if I told you all of it now. So when the old accusations come knocking, do not open the door. The one who accuses you has no authority over what I have pardoned. My verdict stands above every other voice, and my verdict over you is forgiven, free, and mine. Be careful then what you allow into your mind and heart, the things you listen to, the conversations you keep, the thoughts you entertain. All of it either builds you or wears you down. Guard your inner world. It is the field where your future is growing. When a fearful thought arrives, answer it with what I have said. When doubt speaks up, counter it with my promises. When bitterness looks for a place to settle, fill that place with gratitude before it can unpack. You have the strength to do this because my spirit lives in you, and my spirit has never lost a battle. And when the day is done, do not carry its weight to bed. Lay it all down at my feet, the frustrations, the words that stung, the things that did not go the way you hoped. Give them to me before you sleep. I will trade you rest for your burdens. Real rest. The kind that repairs you from the inside, so you wake with strength you did not go to bed with. This exchange is always available. Come to it every night. Some nights the surrender will feel unfinished, and the same worry will try to climb back onto your shoulders by morning. Lay it down again. This is not failure. This is practice. A tree does not apologize for needing water every day, and you do not need to apologize for needing me every day. Come as often as the weight returns. My feet will never be too crowded for your burdens, and my patience with you has no floor beneath it and no ceiling above it. You are learning what it means to live unburdened, and I am pleased with every step. The lighter you travel, the clearer you hear me. The clearer you hear me, the straighter you walk. This is how a life gets rebuilt. One surrendered evening, one guarded thought, one act of quiet kindness at a time. You are my beloved child, and I have clothed you in something that cannot be stripped away. It is a covering of life and power, a calling I placed on you before the world ever heard your name. People may not always see it, but it is there, and it is permanent. You are marked. You are chosen. You are set apart for something that matters. And none of this rests on how impressive your record looks or how much you own. It rests on my decision, and my decisions do not expire. I am personally involved in every corner of your life, your work, your relationships, your health, your home. I am not a distant overseer glancing at your file from time to time. I am in the details, working on answers to problems you have not even met yet. I know what you need before you ask. I am already preparing provision for needs that have not yet arrived. And when my answers reach you, I want you to recognize them for what they are. Not luck, not coincidence. My hand, faithful again. Now listen carefully, because there is something you must understand about the giants you face. There will be times when a problem stands in your path so large that it blocks out the sun. A situation that looks hopeless. A mountain with no way around it. Those giants are not there to destroy you. They are there to reveal me. They are the stage on which I show you what I can do. Every giant that has ever stood against my children has ended the same way, on the ground. When you face one, do not measure it against your own strength. That arithmetic will always fail you. Measure it against mine. Remember who I am. Remember what I have already done in your life. Think back. Remember the time things looked finished and then suddenly shifted. Remember the prayer I answered after you had almost stopped praying it. Remember the door that opened when every other door had closed. Let those memories feed your faith today, because the God who did that has not changed. My power has not weakened. My commitment to you has not cooled. I am exactly who I have always been, and I am standing with you now, in this fight, in this season, in this very hour. And hear this about fear. Fear is not your friend, and it is not harmless. Fear is a thief. It creeps into your heart and steals your peace. It clouds your judgment and makes every problem look twice its true size. It whispers that the worst outcome is the most likely one, when I have written otherwise. Fear has no real power over you unless you hand it the keys. Today, take them back. Say it aloud. Fear has no place in my life. I am not led by dread. I am led by faith, because that is exactly who I made you to be. When you walk with me, you walk with the one before whom every darkness retreats. Nothing that rises against you can win, not because you are strong in yourself, but because I am your shield. And when the enemy looks at you, he must also look at me. That is why he cannot touch the core of who you are. Now, I want to speak to the part of you that has been waiting a long time. You have prayed for something, maybe for years, and it has not come. You have held on through disappointment after disappointment. You have kept believing when everything visible told you to stop. I see that. I honor that. And I tell you now, your waiting has not been wasted. Not one day of it. While you waited, I was building. While you wondered, I was arranging. What is coming is not only the thing you ask for, it is a fuller version of it than you knew how to ask for. My timing is not your timing. You see one small piece of the picture. I see the whole of it, from the first line to the last. And from where I stand, I can tell you with complete certainty, the wait will make sense. There are people who let go just before the answer arrived. They grew tired and walked away while I was setting the final pieces in place. I do not want that for you. Hold on. Keep asking. Keep showing up. What looked like a delay was never a denial. I was working. You could not see it, but I was arranging everything. The answer you have carried in prayer is not lost. It is not forgotten. It is being completed, and it will arrive at the appointed hour. not one moment late. Do not read my silence as absence. Some of my deepest work happens in the quiet, the way roots deepen in soil that looks still from above. When I am quiet, I am not gone. I am concentrating on something that concerns you. And when the answer comes, you will understand why it could not have come sooner. You will see what had to move first, who had to be readied, what had to be cleared from the road. Trust me with the schedule. I have never been late to anything I promised. While you wait, keep doing the small, faithful things. Tend what is in front of you. Keep your word. Pray for the people around you. These quiet acts are not filler between now and your breakthrough. They are part of it. Kings are shaped in fields before they stand in palaces, and the shepherd years are never wasted years. I watched David guard sheep no one else counted, and I was preparing a throne the whole time. What you do in hidden places, I see. And what I see in secret, I reward in the open. So stand firm today, not because the circumstances have changed yet, but because you know the one who changes them. Steady your heart, set your face forward. The season you are entering is one I have already walked ahead of you, and I would not lead you into it without also making you able for it. Now let me touch a wound that has been aching for a long time. The words other people have spoken over your life. The criticism, the judgment, the voices that told you that you were not smart enough, not gifted enough, not worthy of the good things you long for. Maybe someone laughed at your dreams. Maybe someone questioned your faith. Maybe the people who should have lifted you up were the very ones who pressed you down. I heard every one of those words, and I want to heal what they left behind. Here is the truth. What people think of you does not define you. Their approval does not make you valuable, and their disapproval cannot make you worthless. Your worth was settled by me long before any of them met you, and no human voice holds the authority to overturn what I have declared. The critics do not have the final word. I do. And my word over you is full of love, purpose, and promise. Chosen, forgiven, called, restored. These are not compliments. These are facts, and I want you to wear them the way a king wears a crown. So lay down the exhausting work of proving yourself. Stop pouring your strength into winning approval from people who may never give it. You already have mine. Step out of the shadow of their opinions and into the light of what I say about you. And now I must ask something of you that is not easy. The people who wronged you, who misjudged you, who used your kindness against you, release them. Not because what they did was acceptable, not because they earned it. Because bitterness is a poison you drink with your own hands, and I want it out of your life. Forgiveness does not excuse them. It frees you. It takes the whole matter out of your grip and places it into mine, where justice is handled perfectly. No one who wounds one of my children escapes my attention. Let me carry that account and walk out from under its weight. When you forgive, something breaks open in the unseen. Old chains fall. Closed doors unlock. Seasons that were stuck begin to turn. It takes real strength to forgive someone who never asked for it. But you have that strength because my spirit in you is greater than the hurt behind you. Breathe out the bitterness. Breathe in my peace. Do it as many times as it takes. Some releases happen once, and some happen every morning for a season. Either way, I am with you in the releasing. And do not carry shame about how long your healing is taking. Hearts do not mend on a schedule, and I have never once stood over you with a measuring rod while you grieved. I move at the pace of your trust. Where you can only give me a small yes today, I will honor that small yes and build on it tomorrow. What matters is the direction of your face, not the speed of your feet. Keep your face toward me. That is the whole instruction. The rest, I will supply. There is also a quiet dignity growing in you that you have not noticed. You ask for help sooner than you used to. You tell the truth about your limits. You no longer pretend to be fine when you are not. Do not mistake this honesty for weakness. It is the beginning of real strength, and it opens the door for me to work. My child, there is something else I want you to hear today, and I want you to receive it slowly. I am proud of you. I know that may be hard to take in. I know there are things you regret, choices you would remake if you could. But when I look at you, I see someone who kept getting up. Someone who kept reaching for me through seasons that would have hardened other hearts. Someone who chose faith again and again when quitting would have been easier. That kind of perseverance is rare, and it has not gone unnoticed by me. The road you walked did not only cost you, it formed you. You understand the weary now because you have been weary. You are gentle with the broken because you know what breaking feels like. That understanding in you is real treasure, and I will use it in ways you cannot yet imagine. You are not simply a person moving through days. You carry an assignment that belongs to you alone. The blend of your story, your gifts, and your scars fits a purpose that no one else on this earth can fulfill. I did not make a general design and stamp your name on it. I built you for this, deliberately. So do not compare yourself to anyone. Comparison will either puff you up or press you down, and both are lies. My plans for you are custom-made. My timeline for your life matches no one else's, and it was never supposed to. Run your own race. When a runner keeps looking sideways at the other lanes, two things happen. He slows down and he stumbles. Keep your eyes on the path I set before you, and you will keep both your speed and your footing. Run with endurance, not with panic. Some things I am building in you can only be built slowly, the way an oak grows, ring upon ring, year upon year. Do not despise the slow seasons. They are adding strength where you will need it most, and run with joy. Joy is not the same as happiness. Happiness depends on what happens. Joy depends on who I am, and who I am never changes. That is why joy can sing in a hard season. It is drawing from a well the drought cannot touch. There's a finish line ahead of you, and I am not neutral about whether you reach it. I am for you. Every step of your race matters to me, and I am running alongside you the whole way, closer than your own heartbeat. When you stumble, and you sometimes will, a stumble is not a disqualification. Get up, fix your eyes forward. The race was never won by the ones who never fell. It is won by the ones who rise, and rising is something you have learned well. Speak. I trust you, if you are ready to walk in what I have spoken over you. Now I want to speak over your home. Not just the walls and the roof, but the life that happens inside them. I want your home to be a place of peace. Not merely the absence of arguments, but a warm, living peace that people can feel the moment they cross your threshold. I am blessing your home even as my voice reaches you. I am filling the room where you gather, the table where you eat, the corners where laughter happens, and the quiet places where tears have sometimes fallen. I am in all of them. I am making your home a shelter where masks come off and healing begins. And for those you love who are still far from me, do not lose heart. I have not given up on them, and I see them more clearly than you do. Keep praying. Keep loving them without lectures. Your love is a seed, and seeds grow in seasons you cannot always watch. I will do what only I can do in their hearts, at the hour I know is right. Bring all of this to me in prayer, and let prayer be bigger for you than a list recited at bedtime. Prayer is you and me, speaking heart to heart. I already know every fact of your situation. What prayer changes first is you. It lines your heart up with mine, and from that alignment, power moves. When you pray with faith, things shift. Heaven leans in. Situations that stood frozen for years begin to thaw. Do not think of prayer as the last resort when your effort runs out. It is the first move of the wise, and the strongest position you can take in any battle. Build your life on my word as well. Let it be the ground floor of your thinking. The wisdom of the world changes with every generation. What it praises today, it mocks tomorrow. My word has outlasted empires, and it will still stand when every other voice has gone silent. When you are confused, my word gives clarity. When you are afraid, it puts courage back in your chest. When you feel unworthy, it tells you the truth about who you are. Store it in your heart the way a wise household stores grain, and you will have bread in every famine. Now let me speak to the worry that follows you around money and provision. I know it is one of the heaviest weights my children carry. Hear me plainly. I am your provider. That is not a title I wear. It is a role I actively fill every day in your life. I know what you need. I know what those under your roof need. My storehouses do not run low, and my ability to provide for you does not rise and fall with the times. I open doors no one can shut. I place the right people in your path. I plant ideas in your mind that become provision in your hands. I am not promising a life without lean seasons. Some of them teach trust in ways abundance never could. But I am promising this. You will not be abandoned in any of them. Keep bringing your needs to me. Keep handling what I give you with an open hand, and watch what I do with what you release. Now come away from the noise for a moment, because I want to teach you about stillness. The world has trained you to fill every silence, sound upon sound, hurry upon hurry, until the soul cannot hear itself, let alone hear me. But silence is not your enemy. Silence is where I speak most clearly. In the quiet, things rise to the surface. Old memories, unanswered questions, feelings you have pressed down for years. I know that can be uncomfortable, but what rises in my presence rises to be healed. Do not run from those moments. They are the doorway to your freedom. When you choose to be still before me, you are saying with your posture what words cannot say. You are saying, I trust you enough to stop. And to that kind of trust I always respond. Find small pockets of stillness in your day. Even a few unhurried breaths with me can change the hours around them. I live in the present moment, my child. Not in your yesterday with its regrets. Not in your tomorrow with its unknowns. Here. Now. When your mind races constantly between guilt behind you and worry ahead of you, you miss me. And you miss the good I have planted in this very hour. Look for me in the ordinary, the warmth of sunlight through a window, rain on the roof, the laughter of someone you love, the first quiet minutes of the morning. These are not small things. Every good thing in your day, no matter how plain, carries my signature on it. Watch, too, for the people I place along your path. Some encounters that look like chance or appointments I arranged long ago. Some will arrive to strengthen you at the exact moment you are ready to quit. Others will arrive needing what only you can give. Be generous with both, and be discerning as well, for not every hand extended toward you comes in kindness. Ask me, and I will show you who is sent and who is not. And let gratitude become your weapon. Not a polite habit, but a weapon. When you give thanks in a hard season, you are declaring that I am still good even when circumstances are not. You are announcing that your faith does not depend on comfort. That kind of thanksgiving shakes the darkness. When discouragement knocks, answer it with a list of what I have already done. Name the prayers I answered. Name the storms you survived. Name the daily bread that has never once failed to arrive. Gratitude turns your eyes from what is missing to who is present, and in that turning, everything changes. Practice this until it becomes your reflex. Thank me in the morning before the day has proven itself. Thank me at night for what you noticed and for what you missed. A grateful heart sees more, fears less, and stands longer. It is one of the strongest hearts a person can carry. Understand this about your life. It moves in seasons, just as the earth does. Spring and summer, autumn and winter, each one different, each one necessary. Knowing which season you are in will save you from despair in the cold months and from carelessness in the warm ones. If you are in winter now, a season that feels bare and stripped, hear me. Winter is not death. Beneath the frozen ground, roots are deepening. Strength is gathering where no eye can see it. Do not spend this season fighting to escape it. Ask me instead what I am building in you while the branches are bare, because spring is already on its way to you. If new things are budding in your life, tend them carefully. Protect what is young from the cold winds of other people's doubt. And if you are standing in a season of harvest, enjoy it without guilt. I give good things because I love you. Receive them with gratitude and share them with open hands. Some things in your life are also falling away right now, and I want you to let them. Not every ending is a tragedy. Some chapters close because their work is complete. Trust me in the turning of the seasons. I know the way forward, even when the path bends out of your sight. Now look at what is already in your hands, because many wait for something distant, while overlooking what I have already given. Moses held a shepherd's staff, a plain tool of wood. Surrendered to me, it parted a sea. David carried 5 smooth stones and a sling, and a giant fell. A boy offered 5 loaves and 2 small fish, and thousands ate their fill. What is in your hands today? What skills, what experiences, what small resources sit quietly in your life, waiting? Offer them to me. Stop waiting until you have more before you begin. In my economy, a small offering carried by great faith outweighs a fortune given without it. The widow with 2 coins gave more than all the wealthy that day because she gave her trust along with them. Start where you are. Use what you have. I will do the multiplying, and you will be amazed at what your ordinary becomes in my hands. And you who are deeply tired, come here. I know the kind of weariness that sleep does not fix, the tiredness of carrying heavy things for too long, the exhaustion of holding everyone else together. I see it, and I have rest for it. Not just rest for your body, rest for your soul. Come to me when you are worn down. Sit still and tell me how tired you are. Let me take the load from your shoulders and hand you something lighter. I am not asking you to do nothing. I am asking you to stop doing everything alone. With me carrying the weight beside you, even hard things become bearable. Without me, even small things can crush. Rest is not laziness. Rest is wisdom. The ones who finish their race are not the ones who never stop. They are the ones who know when to pause, be refilled, and go again. Let time with me be the well you return to. It will never run dry. Then rise, and mind the words you speak, for your mouth is either building or tearing down. I spoke worlds into being, and you, made in my image, carry an echo of that power. Stop saying that nothing works for you, that you always fail, that it is too late. Those words are seeds, and you do not want their harvest. Speak what I speak. Say, I am held, I am guided, I am not finished. There is a difference between being honest about today and signing your name to defeat forever. Tell the truth about the struggle, but declare the truth about your God in the same breath. And speak life over others too. One true, kind word at the right moment can hold up a soul that was about to fall. Let hope stand up inside you again. Not wishful thinking, but the settled confidence that comes from knowing who holds tomorrow. Hope anchored in me cannot be swept away. Storms may shake you. They cannot sink you. Feed your hope with my promises, and stand with people who carry hope too, for it spreads from heart to heart, like fire from lamp to lamp. Your story is not over. Whatever chapter you are in, it is not the last one. I am the author of your story, and I do not write tragedies. I write restoration. I write homecomings. There are turns ahead in your story that will leave you breathless with gratitude, and I have already written them. You belong to me, not because you polished yourself into worthiness, but because I chose you and called you mine. That belonging does not weaken when you fail. It does not fade when you wander. The moment you turn toward home, you will find me, already running toward you. And you were not made to walk this out in isolation. I set my children among one another on purpose, so that faith could be borrowed when yours runs thin, and lent when someone else's fails. Find the ones who speak truth to you and stay near them. Be honest about your struggles, and let others be honest about theirs. The friendships formed in that kind of honesty are strong enough to hold a person through the worst night of their life. Never believe the lie that you have drifted too far or stayed away too long for me to want you. There is no too far. There is no too long. My door has never once been closed to you, and it never will be. So go now into what remains of this day and into tomorrow with your head lifted. Live fully, love boldly, trust completely. Let the world see what a life looks like when it is certain that its God is good. Nothing you face is stronger than the one who goes with you. Nothing behind you can cancel what is ahead of you. My word over your life will finish everything it was sent to do, and my love will hold you until you see it with your own eyes. I am with you, today, tomorrow, and forever. If you receive all that I have spoken over you today, seal it now with your Amen.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My words are not reaching you by accident. I speak into your spirit at this exact hour because I know you are ready to hear. This moment carries my design on it. You have waited with a hopeful heart and quiet requests, and the season I set aside for you has now arrived. I have heard what you never said out loud. I've watched the part of your struggle that no one else was allowed to see. Out of all who could have received this word, I chose to bring it to you. As these words settle in, a steadiness will begin to spread through you. The restlessness will loosen its hold. That quiet certainty rising in your chest is my presence. It is a clear sign of the bond between us in this very hour. You may be asking why it would be you, or whether you have earned the right to stand here. Let me answer plainly. My love for you has never shifted, not once, not even in the years you would rather not talk about. I saw every battle you fought without a witness. I saw the hours you kept going when no one asked how you were holding up. Today I step directly into your road, and I bring my strength with me. I have come to show you that I am still doing remarkable things, and that you are not standing outside of them. Do not let doubt cloud what I am bringing forward. This turning point is not a wish you are holding. It is your reality, beginning now. Keep your heart open. Stay near me. Watch what I have purposed for you begin to take shape in front of you. Your season of waiting has closed. The hour I appointed has opened. You are going to see my true nature revealed in ways far larger than the picture you have been carrying. I have always been with you, walking beside you, standing at the edge of every room you thought you entered alone. And I am here now, exactly where your feet are planted. What is moving toward your life is bigger than your mind can hold at this moment. The stretches that felt like nothing was happening were not empty. I was at work in them. I was building something in you that does not crack under pressure. The doors that stayed shut were not my rejection of you. They were my hand across your path. If you could see what waited on the other side of some of them, you would give thanks for every one that would not open. What I have for you is stronger. It is safer. It holds more. And now the hour has come. Do not be surprised by the calm you may feel today, a stillness that is hard to put into words. Do not question the quiet that is settling over your spirit. That is me. I am close around you at this moment. The weight you have carried for so long is beginning to lift. Things that were fastened to you are coming loose while you listen. Fear is losing its grip. Doubt is thinning out. You are stepping into something sacred that I set in motion long before you had any awareness of it. I have spoken quiet truths into you many times, even when you believed they were only your own thoughts. That was me. My voice never stopped. You simply grew used to the noise and stopped separating one sound from another. But my love never paused, and my leading never wavered. Listen carefully now. This hour is holy. Do not rush through it. Do not announce everything to everyone yet. Some sacred matters are best kept in stillness until their proper season. Let me finish what I have started before you begin to speak of it. Let this work take root in quiet ground. I am not passing through your life. I am staying. I am not handing you one favor and stepping back. I am bringing deep change. I am rearranging what needed rearranging, clearing roads, turning your direction. Later you will look back and know that no one else could have done it. Perhaps you have felt small, overlooked, set aside, but I watched your spirit grow in those quiet years. You were kept back because what is coming asks for a steady core, and I let that firmness form in you first. Others may not understand what it costs you just to keep going. They did not see the road. I did. And I honor how you stayed on it. Hear this clearly. What I am bringing will ask for your full trust. It will ask for quiet thought. Not everyone around you will celebrate what I am about to do. Not everyone will understand it. That is acceptable. You are not walking this road for the approval of people. You are walking it with me. You may still feel unsure. You may be wondering whether this truly points at you. My answer is simple. Yes, it does. This is your appointed hour. This is your turning point. The long season of barely getting by is closing behind you, and a season of favor is opening in front of you. New openings are showing themselves. Answers are becoming clear. Help is being provided, and nothing can hold it back. Not your past, not your mistakes. I have spoken it, and what I speak always stands. Your part now is to guard the peace inside you. Stay in conversation with me. Keep your heart ready and your spirit quiet. Let me finish this work. Do not run ahead of it. Do not try to force what I am showing you into being. This is not something you have to chase down. It is something I am carrying to you. You have hauled weights that were never assigned to you. You have kept a steady face on so that others would not worry. But I see the real thing underneath, my beloved, and I value it far above the performance. I am not asking you to be flawless. I am asking you to be honest. Come to me exactly as you are and let me handle everything else. I am not disappointed in you. I am pleased with you, with your steady faith, with your effort in the years when giving up would have been easier. If you believe me, say your amen now. Now let me speak to the fear you have not put into words. The fear that this is one more hope that will thin out and disappear. The fear that if you let yourself believe again, you will be standing in the same disappointment by the end of the month. I know that argument well. I have watched it run through you. But this season is not built like the ones behind you. I am directly involved in it. Your expectation is not foolish. You are leaning on the one who does not fail, and what I have promised is already in motion. There is something I want you to release, and I am asking for it now. Release the idea that good things arrive only so they can be taken back. That is not how I deal with you. I do not hand you something with one hand and reach for it with the other. What I give gladly, because you are mine. Let your heart open all the way again. I know you have kept parts of it closed to keep from being hurt twice. You have real reasons. But I am not entering your life to add to the pile. I am here to make you whole. Let go of the bitterness, including the kind you keep hidden and well managed. Release the quiet resentment toward the ones who wounded you and never came back to make it right. Hand those names to me. I will deal with what needs dealing with. You stay free. Bitterness is a locked door on the inside of your own house. I'm not asking you to pretend nothing happened. I'm asking you to put the memory in my keeping so it stops taking rent from your spirit. You will be surprised by how much room this makes. Your breathing will come easier. You will laugh again. Not because every circumstance turned perfect, but because you finally let me restore what was worn down. Something is coming back to you that hardship tried to dim. A steadiness, a settled kind of gladness that does not rise and fall with the news of the day. It has already started. Even now, my presence is resting on you gently, and if you notice a warmth or a quiet loosening in your chest, that is my spirit confirming that I am near. Now let me answer the question you have asked me more than any other. How much longer? There were stretches when nothing appeared to move at all, and you began to wonder if I had stopped listening. Understand this. My timing is not set by what you want soonest. It is set by what will actually hold. I have been working on things you could not see. What looked like a full stop was my hand across the road. What felt like silence was my hand at work in rooms you had no way to enter. Every quiet request reached me. Not one has been misplaced. I have been nearer than you understood, holding your path steady, making certain that when the hour came, the pieces would meet the way they were meant to. And now let me answer the other fear, that you have missed your chance, that your mistakes stacked too high, that my commitment to you finally wore thin. Hear this without arguing. Nothing you have done has reduced my love for you. I do not withdraw what I have promised. My purpose for you has not moved an inch. You stumbled, I stayed. Drop the belief that you must get everything right before my kindness can reach you. That is not the arrangement. What I give reveals who I am. It is not a payment for a flawless record. You have held yourself to standards I never set for you. You decided you had to be spotless before I would act. But I act out of love for you, not out of an accounting of your performance. What I want from you is an open heart, and whatever trust you have, even if it is small. You do not need enormous belief to see great things. You need honest belief. The kind that says, I do not understand all of this, but I am placing my confidence in you anyway. That kind of trust moves what looked immovable, and you have more of it than you give yourself credit for. Your refusal to quit when you were exhausted was faith. Your choice to be kind while you were hurting was faith. The fact that you are still here, still listening for my voice, is the proof. One more thing I want lifted off you. Stop measuring your road against someone else's. Do not look at what I am doing in another life and let it make you question what I am doing in yours. Their road is not your road. I am telling a particular story with your life, shaped for you alone. You are not slow. You are not behind. You are standing exactly where you need to be for the next step I intend to take. Hold on to that, my precious child, and trust me once more. There is something else you should know about the years that felt so heavy. Some of that weight did not come from your circumstances at all. There was opposition working against you, and it was not imagined. The closed roads, the requests that seemed to go unanswered, the strange way progress kept slipping just out of reach. Not all of that was ordinary life. Some of it was arranged. There were those who did not want you to arrive at this hour, because they understood what I placed inside you. They saw the calling before you did. That is why the resistance came so hard and so often, aimed at the exact places where you were most tired. But it did not work. You are still standing, and that alone tells you how close I have been. Say your amen aloud if your heart agrees. I held you in the heat of the forge, and I want you to understand what was happening there. The heavy strikes were not aimed at breaking you. They were shaping an edge that holds under pressure. Metal that has never been worked bends the first time it meets resistance. You do not bend like that anymore. I was not standing at a distance during those years. I was at the anvil. I was making you ready to carry the weight of what I am now placing in your hands. While everything around you was loud, a steady current was moving underneath, and it carried you to this shore. I have set something like iron in the center of your chest. It is a foundation that will not split when the demands of your calling begin. You felt the friction. You have the marks. But the reservoir is unsealing now, and my strength is moving, and you will not be swept away by it. There is a step I am asking of you here, and I ask it plainly, because trust that stays inside the mind has not yet become trust. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me return to what I am doing in you. The work of the forge is finished, and the season of simply enduring has ended. You are a tool of iron in my hand, and iron in my hand is not decoration. It is for building. There is something in front of you that will require every bit of what those years put into you. Stay alert with your spirit awake. Notice what I begin to bring together around you. Watch as I line up conversations, connections, and openings. Some of them will look small at first. so small that you might dismiss them. Do not. Those are the first steps of something much larger. Do not rush and do not grow anxious. What I am building in your life is meant to last. It is not fragile, and it is not temporary. This is a change that reaches down to the roots of who you are. You are not simply going to feel better. You are going to be renewed from the inside out. I want to speak now about something that has troubled you for a long time, and about people whose names you would rather not say. You have sensed for a while that something was not right. Someone smiled at you and something in you tightened, and you had no proof. So you told yourself you were imagining it. You were not imagining it. Your spirit was picking up what your eyes could not confirm. There has been harm arranged against you in quiet, and I have kept a full record of it. Nothing done behind your back escaped my attention. I'm not telling you this to fill you with suspicion. I am telling you because the season of not knowing is over. What was hidden is coming into the open, and it will not come out by your investigation. It will come out because I am bringing it out. Watch how it happens. People will begin to show you who they are without meaning to. Conversations will turn and reveal more than the speaker intended. Old arrangements will not hold. Your own discernment will sharpen until you can feel the difference between someone who brings peace and someone who brings noise, dressed up as concern. That is not fear operating in you. That is understanding, and it is the gift that comes out of what you went through. You paid a price for it, and now you will use it well. There is a particular ache in learning that someone close to you was working against you. It is not only the loss of a person. It is the loss of the version of your life you thought you were living. I know that ache, and I am not asking you to move past it before you have felt it. But do not build a house there. The revealing is not the end of the story. It is the clearing of the ground. Once the false thing is named, the space it occupied belongs to you again, and I intend to fill it with something real. Do not go looking for a fight. Do not spend your strength trying to explain yourself to those who have already decided against you. Do not argue your case in the street. When I step in, you step back. Let me answer what your own heart could never answer well. You are not called to get even. You are called to walk free. My concern is not their punishment. My concern is your safety, and your safety is settled. No weapon shaped against you will finish its work, whether it comes at your provision, your peace, or your household. I want you to hear something else because it matters. What came against you did not come because you were weak. It came because you were carrying something worth stopping. The strong thing draws the attack, not the small thing. They recognized what I placed in you before you recognized it yourself. That is the whole reason for the pressure. It did not come from your failure. It came from your worth, and it did not accomplish what it set out to do. You are standing here. That is the answer to every accusation ever whispered about you. You are standing, and I am the reason. And what I have begun in you, no one will undo. Let me tell you what to expect in the days directly ahead, because I do not want you caught off guard by your own answered prayers. Some people are going to move away from your life, and it will happen without an argument. The calls will slow. The invitations will thin. Do not chase after any of it. That is not rejection. That is the air around your life being cleared so that something else can grow in it. Trust the quiet that follows. It is not emptiness. It is room. And I will fill it with people you will recognize by the peace they carry, rather than by how loudly they promise things. You have had enough of loud promises. What comes next will be steadier and far less impressive at first glance, and it will hold. Now hear me carefully. because this next part is where many stumble. Someone who caused you real harm may come back. There will be an apology, or something shaped like one. There will be an explanation, a story about how they were lost at the time, a reminder of how much history you share. Not every apology is repentance. Some are simply a hand on the door to keep it from closing. Be slow to open. Be quick to notice. Your peace is no longer available for the taking. I am not asking you to be cold. I am asking you to be wise. You can wish someone well from a distance and still keep the gate shut. Kindness has never required you to hand over your rest a second time. Do not rebuild what I have taken apart. If I ended something, I ended it on purpose, and putting the pieces back together will only cost you the ground you have gained. Let it go where it is going. Remember Joseph, whom I loved. His own brothers sold him and told his father a lie to cover it, and for years the record showed only their version of events. He went down into a pit, then into a house that was not his, then into a prison for something he did not do. Not one of those places looked like favor from the outside, but I was not absent from any of them. I was setting him in position, and I was letting the true character of every person around him come into the open in its own time. When the famine came, the brothers who sold him stood in front of him asking for bread, and he was the one holding it. I did not require him to take revenge. I did not need him to argue his case or prove what had been done to him. The years spoke for him. His life became the evidence, and their own words condemned them without his help. That is how I work, and I have not changed my methods. What was done to you in the dark will be answered in the open, and you will not have to lift your hand to make it happen. You are not the same one who used to plead to be loved. The part of you that made room for disrespect and called it patience is gone. You are not the one who stays quiet so that everyone else stays comfortable. That season is behind you. Now I want to speak to your thoughts, because that is where the next fight will be, if there is one at all. There are thoughts that rise in you that did not begin with you. Ideas that press in and stay after you have tried to set them down. They tell you that you are less than you are, that this will not last, that you should not have hoped. They are not yours, and you do not have to keep them. There is a real difference between noticing a thought as it goes by and giving it a chair by the fire. Many take in ideas they should have turned away at the door. The part of you that is joined to me cannot sit peacefully with thoughts that cut down your worth. So take part in this deliberately. When a thought arrives that brings dismay, hold it up against the truth of who I am. When guilt returns for something already settled between us, say plainly that your peace is secure with me. When hardship reaches for your throat, call for my nearness, and I will come close. Let go of the belief that some thoughts are simply unavoidable, that you are stuck with a certain kind of mind. That is not true. When you take up this work with understanding and reliance on me, you will find your quiet coming back. And understand my aim in it. I'm not only clearing burdens out of your thinking. I intend to make my dwelling in the exact place those burdens used to sit. Where I live, there is freedom. The part of you that is set loose does not only get quiet, it gets ready for what I have prepared. You are not promised a life without difficulty. Hold that steady so no one can shake you with it later. I never told you the road would be smooth. I told you I would be on it with you, and I have kept that word in every hard season you have survived. The peace I give does not depend on your troubles disappearing. It comes from my presence in the middle of them. That kind of stillness does not rise and fall with the weather. It holds as long as your attention holds. Where you fix your attention changes everything. A spirit that chooses to rest on me, even in a situation that makes no sense, does not get knocked over easily. When your mind takes hold of the truth of who I am, whatever is trying to unsettle you loses its grip. The one who opposes you knows this. That is why the attack is aimed at your feelings rather than your circumstances. He raises questions. He points at possible disasters. He stirs the water so you cannot see the bottom. But as you learn to keep your spirit turned toward me, no wave of feeling can steer you. Your strength deepens each time you choose to trust while the road is still unclear. That is not a mood. It is a decision, made again and again in small moments no one else sees. Honoring me is not a feeling that arrives on good mornings. It is a choice made inside your spirit, and when you make it, the things holding you captive begin to lose their claim. This firmness is built in ordinary days. Connect yourself to the truth of my presence daily, not to gather information but to feed your spirit. Say out loud what is true about me. Let your inner life be a place where you remember who I am rather than a room where you rehearse old wounds. When sorrow comes, let your voice give thanks anyway. When you are unsure, bring the question to me instead of turning it over alone at night. On the days when your feelings are too much to carry, stop everything and rest your heart with me. You do not need to understand every part of this to trust me. You only need to keep turning toward my voice. Your strength will not lift you out of your life. It will hold you steady as you move through it. When your thoughts are set on me, even the hard hours become places where something in you is set free. That quiet inside you also makes you able to see. It clears the air enough for you to recognize the gentle understanding I send, which reaches only those who are not weighed down by constant doubt. My way of seeing goes far past what makes sense to you. When I speak, my aim is not only to hand you instructions, it is to change how you look at everything. Human thinking holds tightly to what it already knows. My leading does not. I loosen old patterns. I soften beliefs that have hardened into walls. I lead you down roads you had written off as impossible, not to confuse you, but to grow you. There will be times when I ask you to do something that looks wrong from where you stand and is right from where I stand. I will ask you to release what someone did to you. I will ask you to be gentle with those who walked away. I will ask you to begin again in a place where beginning looks pointless. What matters is not that you understand every step at the moment I ask. What matters is that you take it. In daily terms, this means you stop resisting the change I am working in you. It means saying, I do not fully grasp this, but I will move the way you are showing me. It means letting go of thoughts and habits that keep your spirit small. I am inviting you into a closeness with me deeper than anything you have known. That deeper connection begins the moment you set down your own vantage point and take up mine. Only in that yielding does your thinking gain real wisdom, because it stops leaning on limited human reasoning and starts to echo the truth of who I am. When your thoughts line up with my leading, my presence becomes unmistakable. There's no room left for the endless questioning that has worn you out. When your thinking agrees with my purpose, the second guessing that has drained you finally quiets down. Now let me speak about your household and the ordinary parts of your life, because I am not only concerned with your inner world. I care about the atmosphere in the place where you sleep. I care about whether the weight of provision keeps you awake. I care about the ones you carry in prayer, the people whose names you say to me when you cannot say them to anyone else. Peace is returning to your dwelling. Not the kind that comes from everything going right, but the kind that settles in and stays even while things are being sorted out. You will notice it first in small ways. A morning that does not begin with dread. An evening where your shoulders come down. Provision is being directed toward you. Doors that were closed for a long stretch are being opened. And the strange thing is that you will not have to force any of them. Some will simply be standing open when you arrive, and you will know that no effort of yours accounts for it. Someone is going to come back into your life carrying something you needed. A word that closes a painful chapter. An answer you stopped expecting. Help from a direction you were not watching. Do not be surprised when it comes without warning. That is how I have often worked. The help arrives from the side you were not defending, from the person you would not have chosen, in the week you had already written off. And I am going to restore what you thought was gone for good. Years you counted as wasted. Opportunities you believed had passed you by. I am able to give back time in ways that make no sense on paper and hold up completely in a life. I will turn your sorrow into gladness. I will fill the empty places in your journey with more than enough. My word on this does not waver, and I do not overstate what I intend to do. You may begin to feel a lightness you cannot explain. Old heaviness lifting off without a clear reason. That is not your imagination. That is what happens when something that had a hold on you is made to let go. There is one more thing I want settled between us before we go further. You have wondered in the hardest stretches whether any of it counted. Whether the effort you made in private, the choices no one applauded, the times you did the right thing and got nothing back, added up to anything at all. They counted. Every one of them is on my record, and my record is the one that decides outcomes. Nothing you did in faithfulness has been lost, misplaced, or overlooked, and I am not a poor keeper of what is entrusted to me. You will see the return on it. Not as a wage handed over grudgingly, but as a father who has been waiting for the right moment to hand his child what he has been holding. Let me speak once more to your part in this. Protect what I am building. Be careful whose voices you allow to guide you in this season. Not every word spoken over you comes from me. Some people mean well and still hand you fear. When I speak, you will know it. My leading brings settledness, not confusion. My direction brings stillness, not panic. So if something makes you feel rushed or uneasy or ashamed, stop and bring it to me. I will confirm the right way. I will not leave you guessing. And do not tell everyone everything yet. Some of what I am doing is still taking root, and roots do best in the dark. There will be a right time to speak, and I will make it clear when it comes. Hold your ground while it takes shape. What I begin, I finish. If you believe what I have spoken, let your amen rise now. I want you to understand what this hour is really offering you, because it is larger than a single answered request. This is not one moment of favor handed down and then withdrawn. It is a different way of living alongside me. I am not simply giving you something. I am inviting you into a nearness you have not had before. And that is where the real abundance is. I want to walk with you through the whole of your days, not only appear when the ground gives way beneath you. Too often you have come looking for me only in the hard weeks. But I want your ordinary afternoons as well. When your heart is settled and your hands are still, I still want to be near. My desire is to be glad alongside you, not only to pull you out of trouble. Let your life show what I am like. Let the way you carry yourself be an argument that I am good. There is a wideness to what is coming. More stillness, more understanding, more gladness, more of my nearness, which is the part you will value most once you have tasted it. Now consider what is happening beneath the surface of your life at this moment. Old weights are being lifted. Things built to wear down your spirit are coming apart. What stood against you has been brought into the light, and once something is in the light, restoration follows as naturally as morning follows the dark. You are stepping into a season of renewal, not a patched-up version of the life you had, but a life reset at its foundation. Hear me on this. What is coming to you is not only for you, it will make a road for others. People will see the difference in you and want to know where it came from. Some will ask directly. Some will only watch. Either way, your changed life will speak, and you will be able to say plainly that I did it. So stand firm even while the difficulty is still visible. Stand firm even on the mornings when nothing outward has shifted yet. What I have begun is already moving toward you, and every hour brings it closer. Let me address something delicate now, about how you have handled all of this alone. You learned to manage. You learned to answer that you were fine. You learned to carry your own weight so that no one had to ask twice. That skill kept you alive in a hard season, and I am not going to shame you for it. But that season has closed, and the skill has become a wall. You do not have to hold everything anymore. Set it down in front of me. I am able to handle every question, every worry, every unresolved thing you have been turning over. When your grip loosens, you finally leave room for me to work all the way through. This is what I have been waiting for. Not more effort from you. Your surrender. You have asked me for direction, wanting to know what step to take. Here is my answer. Stay near me. Do not pull back when the quiet comes. Do not doubt me when the timeline runs longer than you planned for. I keep working in the silence, and the silence is not absence. I have never asked for a flawless record from you. I have asked for your whole trust, and there is a difference between the two that most people never learn. Lean on me completely in this moment, and I will do what no one else could do in your situation. You have carried a suspicion somewhere underneath that you were being punished, that something about you drew all of this. Let me put that down for good. You were not cursed. You were chosen, and those two things can look similar from the inside when you are tired. Being chosen does not exempt you from difficulty. It never has. Look at those I called throughout the ages, and you will not find easy lives. You will find people who were carried through impossible ground and came out with something worth handing on. That is your line, my precious child. That is the company you belong to, not the fortunate, the carried. And when you look back on this stretch of road later, you will not remember it primarily as the years you suffered. You will remember it as the years I proved myself to you. Those are not the same story, though they are made of the same days. So let your spirit rest now. You have held the weight too long, and you have tried to be strong past the point where strength was even the right thing to bring. Now is your hour to receive, to breathe, to walk again, and this time without looking over your shoulder. I am not a visitor here. I am with you in every step, every decision, every conversation ahead. And the next time you feel lost, remember this hour. Remember that I broke into your ordinary day to speak to you directly. Remember that I told you the truth about what was working against you, and then told you it had already failed. Your story is not merely being rewritten, my beloved. It is being raised up. And what you are hearing now is only the opening of it. There's one more thing I want you to hold on to, and then I will tell you what is directly ahead. You are not required to have the whole picture before you take the next step. You never have been. The road opens as you walk it, and it has always opened, even in the years when you could not see 3 days out. Look at what is behind you honestly. You did not have the answers then either, and yet here you are, still standing, still listening, with more strength in you than the version of yourself who started out. That is not luck, and it was not your own doing alone. So take the next step without demanding the full map first. I've not brought you this far to leave you standing at the edge of it. Here is what lies directly in front of you. In the days just ahead, watch for confirmation. It will not always arrive the way you expect. It may come as a dream that stays with you long after you wake, carrying a clarity that dreams do not usually have. It may come as a word from someone who had no way of knowing what you were praying about. You may feel something break loose that had been fastened to you for years, without being able to point to what caused it. Not everything I do announces itself. Watch also for a turn in the road you had not planned for, a change in direction that arrives as a closed door and turns out to be a rescue. Some of what you called your future was beneath what I intend for you, and I am not going to let you settle there out of loyalty to an old plan. Expect relationships that restore rather than drain. You will recognize them by how you feel after the conversation ends. The right people will not require you to shrink, and they will not leave you exhausted from managing them. Expect matters to close that have dragged on for months. A situation you had accepted as permanent will resolve quietly in a shorter time than seems reasonable, and expect to be lifted in ways that do not add up when you explain them to others. That is often how I do it, so that no one, including you, can trace it back to anything but my hand. Do not rush toward any of it. What is coming is not on a schedule you have to catch. It is on mine, and mine has not failed you yet. I want to say something about the years behind you now in closing. You were not out of my sight in any of them. Not in the ones you would tell someone about, and not in the ones you would not. I stayed through the seasons when you stopped talking to me. I stayed when you went quiet out of anger, and when you went quiet out of exhaustion, which is a different thing entirely and which I understood. I did not stand back waiting for you to come to your senses. I stayed in the room. Some of the steadiness you have now was given to you in seasons you thought were wasted, and you will find it in your hands when you need it. So do not carry regret about those years into this new season. That is the one thing I will not let you bring with you. Leave it at the door. It has no place in the house I am building for you. There is something I want you to know about how I see you at this moment, because it is likely different from how you see yourself. You have measured yourself by what you have not accomplished, by the things that fell apart while you were doing your best to hold them. That is the ledger you keep, and you keep it faithfully. I keep a different one. Mine records the morning you got up when there was no reason to. The kindness you gave when you had nothing left. The prayer you said for someone else while your own situation was unresolved. The quiet refusal to become bitter when bitterness would have been understandable. That is what I have been writing down, and it is a longer list than you would guess. When I look at you, I do not see someone who fell behind. I see someone who kept faith in conditions that break most people. Now the life in front of you asks for a different posture than the life behind you. You will not be walking with your guard up all the time. That was necessary once. It is not necessary now. And if you keep it up, it will start to keep good things out along with the bad. Trust me to sort what comes to your door. You will not be explaining yourself constantly. That habit came from years of not being believed, but you have nothing left to prove, and the ones who matter will not require the proof. and you will not be waiting for the other shoe to fall. I know that watchfulness, it kept you braced through hard seasons, and it will tell you it is wisdom, but in this season, it is only a way of refusing to enjoy what I am giving you. Receive it, my beloved. That is your assignment. Receive it fully and without apology, the way a child receives a meal without wondering whether it was deserved. Walk into your ordinary week and let the change show. Let people notice that something in you is settled. Let the atmosphere in your dwelling shift because you brought a different spirit through the door. Be generous with what I give you. What flows through open hands keeps flowing. What gets gripped tightly starts to stop. Be honest about what you have come through when someone needs to hear it. Your account of these years will be the bridge somebody else crosses. Not the polished version, the true one, including the part where you almost gave up and did not. And when difficulty comes again, because it will come, remember what you learned in this hour. It is not evidence that I have left. It is not a sign that the promise failed. It is simply the road, and I am on it with you exactly as I have been. You will not face the next hard thing the way you faced the last one. You will face it with something in you that has already been tested, and with a memory of this hour to steady you. So rise now. Rise with clarity. Rise with your heart guarded and your hands open. The season of barely holding on has closed behind you, and I am not sending you back into it. What is coming will be bright enough that the difficulty behind you will lose its power to define you. It will still be part of your story. It will no longer be the title of it. I have spoken this over your life. I do not speak in order to fill the silence. What I say, I do. You are held. You are seen. You are known completely, and you are loved without condition. And none of that depends on your performance tomorrow. Go and live it, my precious child. I am ahead of you, behind you, and beside you on the road. And now, before you go, let your amen be the seal on everything I have spoken today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop. Set down everything you are carrying for the next few minutes and stay here with me. The list of things waiting on you, the questions circling your mind, the worry that follows you from room to room. Set it down for now. I am not here to add more noise to your day. I am here to speak to the one place inside you that has been waiting, quietly and patiently, for a long time. I know exactly where you are. I know the weight pressing on your shoulders before you even open your eyes in the morning. I know the questions you carry that you have never said out loud to another soul. I know the fear you hide behind a steady voice and a calm face. None of it is hidden from me. None of it ever was. This moment did not find you by accident. I am not speaking to everyone today. I am speaking to you, in this exact place, at this exact hour, because I have something to say that your spirit has been waiting to hear. Do not rush through these words. Do not let your mind wander toward the next task before this one is finished. Let what I am saying settle into the deep places where your real decisions are made. There is something stirring inside you right now, and you feel it even when you cannot name it. It rises in the quiet hour before the day begins, and it returns again at night, when the noise finally fades and your heart has nowhere left to hide. It is a restlessness, a pressure, a sense that something is unfinished. You have tried to outrun it by staying busy. You have tried to bury it under tasks and conversations and the small distractions of an ordinary day, but it keeps returning, doesn't it? That is not your imagination working against you. That is my voice, refusing to let you settle for less than what I have for you. I am not willing to quietly let you miss what is on the other side of the step you keep avoiding. My beloved, hear this clearly. There are seasons when waiting is exactly right. I have called you into stillness before. I have hidden you away in quiet places where no one else could see, and I did some of my deepest work in you there. I deepened your roots in those hidden years so that when the wind came, you would not fall. I shaped your heart in the dark and refined what mattered most. Those seasons were never wasted. They were holy, and they were mine. But the season you are standing in now is not one of those seasons. This is not a season of waiting. This is a season of movement. I have already done the building. I have already done the shaping. And now I am asking you to take what I placed inside you and use it. The restlessness you feel is not confusion. It is a calling. The discomfort you cannot shake is not a warning. It is proof that you have outgrown the ground you have been standing on. You were not meant to stay there forever. You were meant to move, and it is time. Think of a seed resting beneath the soil. For a long time, nothing is visible. The ground looks empty and undisturbed, as though nothing is happening at all. But underneath, the roots are reaching deeper. Life is building in the dark, unseen and unhurried. And then comes the moment the seed can no longer stay buried. It breaks open. It pushes upward toward the light, even though breaking open costs the seed everything it has. That moment of breaking is never comfortable. It was never meant to be. But it is necessary, because no seed was ever created to stay buried forever. It was created to rise and become something alive, something that feeds the ground around it. You are that seed, my child. I have been growing roots in you that run deeper than you know. I have been preparing something real inside you in the hidden place. And now I am calling you upward. Not because rising will be easy, but because rising is what you were made for. You were not made to stay buried in the ground of your own hesitation. You were made to grow, to break open, and to bear fruit that blesses every life that touches yours. You already sense what I am asking you to do. I did not write it in the sky for you to find. I placed it quietly in your thoughts, in the pressure on your heart, in the idea that keeps returning when everything else goes silent. Maybe it is a decision you have been circling for months. Maybe it is a conversation that needs your honesty. Maybe it is a hope you buried because someone once told you it was too much for someone like you. Whatever it is, I placed it there on purpose. I am precise. I do not act by accident, so stop looking away from it. Look at it directly. Bring it into the light before me, and be honest about why you have been avoiding it. I am not asking you to be afraid of what I am about to say. I am asking you to be ready to receive it, because what I have for you is not a burden. It is the very thing your heart has been longing to carry. Hear me now. The waiting is over. I am not asking you to have it all figured out before you move. I am asking you to trust me enough to take the next step even without the whole picture in front of you. That is what faith has always looked like. Not certainty, trust. And I am with you in every step of it, from the smallest act of courage to the very end. Say, I hear you, if these words are reaching your spirit in this moment. Now let us talk honestly about why you have been delaying. It is not always because you are being careful or wise. Sometimes, if you are willing to admit it, the reason is fear. And fear is clever. It rarely says, I am afraid. It puts on nicer clothes. It calls itself patience. It calls itself discernment. It says, I am just waiting for more clarity. when what is really happening is fear sitting quietly on the throne of your decisions, wearing a costume so convincing you stopped questioning it long ago. I am not angry with you for being afraid. I know your history. I know the moments you were brave and it cost you. I know the times you trusted and were let down, the times you stepped forward and the ground did not feel as solid as you hoped. I was there for every one of them. I watched the walls go up around your heart, one brick at a time, until stepping forward began to feel like stepping into danger. But hear me, beloved. I did not bring you this far to let fear write the rest of your story. The walls you built to protect yourself have also been keeping out the very things I have been trying to give you. I do not want you to live inside that fortress forever. I want to lead you out. I want to heal what is still sore in you and restore what was broken. But that healing rarely happens while you stay hidden. Sometimes courage comes after the step, not before it. Sometimes confidence is built in the doing, not in the waiting until you feel ready enough to begin. Some of what you have been avoiding is not even large. It only feels large because you have carried it in silence for so long. A decision left unmade, a truth left unspoken, a boundary you keep promising yourself you will set tomorrow. None of these things need a miracle to begin. They only need your yes. I am not asking for a perfect plan. I am asking for one honest step, taken today, in the direction I have already shown you. I also need to speak to the comparison you have been making. You have been seeing others move forward, start things, say the brave thing you have been too afraid to say. And instead of it inspiring you, it has been shrinking you. You tell yourself they have something you do not. More confidence, more talent, some extra portion of grace that skipped over you. But hear this clearly. Most of the people you are comparing yourself to are not moving because they have more than you. They are moving because they decided to stop waiting until they felt ready. That is the only difference. Not gifting, not anointing, a choice. And you are just as capable of making that same choice today. What I have placed inside you carries your name and no one else's. It is shaped by your story, your voice, your pain, your particular way of seeing the world. No one else can carry what I built in you, and no one else can do it the way you were made to do it. When you sit on the sidelines telling yourself someone else is more qualified, you are not being humble. You are believing a lie that keeps you small in a life I designed to be wide and full. So stop measuring your steps against someone else's stride. Bring your eyes back to what I placed in your own hands. That is where your attention belongs. Let me tell you about a river. When a river flows, it is alive. Fish swim in it. Birds drink from it. Everything near it is touched by its movement. But when a river is blocked, the water collects in one place. It grows still, then cloudy, then lifeless. What was once a source of life for everything around it becomes something nothing wants to come near. You were made to flow like that river, not to sit still until you grow stagnant. I put life inside you so it would move outward, touch other lives, and carry hope into ground that has been waiting for exactly what you carry. When fear or delay blocks what I intended to move through you, something inside you begins to feel exactly like that stagnant water, heavy, dull, and far from the fullness you remember. That heaviness is not a mystery. It is simply the sign that you were made to flow, and you have been standing still. So today I am asking you to remove the blockage. Open the places where you have been holding back. Let what I placed inside you start moving again, going somewhere, doing what it was always meant to do. The moment you do, you will feel that aliveness returning, that sense of being fully yourself again. fully in step with the one who made you. Hear this too. The flow does not wait for circumstances to become perfect. A river does not pause until every rock in its path is removed. It moves, and then it carves its way around what stands in front of it. It moves, and the moving itself shapes the ground it travels through. That is how I work with you. I am not waiting for your life to become smooth before I use you. I am asking you to start moving so that together we can shape the path as you go. Think back to the moments in your life when you felt most alive. Were they the safest, most guaranteed moments, or were they the ones that asked the most of your trust? Most people, when they are honest, discover that their most alive moments were never the safest ones. They were the moments that required walking toward something uncertain because I was calling. I do not meet you only on the comfortable shore. I meet you in the walk across the water, not in the security of knowing every detail in advance, but in the steady act of trusting the one who already does. I am inviting you back to that place today, back to the place where your heart is fully engaged, because you are fully trusting. Back to the place where every ordinary morning carries real weight, because you are moving with me towards something that truly matters. Declare, I receive this, if your heart is open to what I am building in you. Now let us talk about who you are, because underneath every delay, every hesitation, every fear of failing, there is a deeper question quietly running in the background. Am I really someone worth using for something this meaningful? Am I truly capable, worthy, equipped for what I sense I am being called to? And if I step forward and it falls apart, what will that say about me? That question about your worth is one of the heaviest weapons used against your obedience. When you are not settled in who I say you are, every risk feels like a test of your value. Every step forward feels like a trial you might fail, one that could prove something terrible about your worth. So you protect yourself. You stay where it is safe, because staying back at least means no one can prove you unworthy of the assignment. It feels like wisdom. It is actually a prison built from a lie. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Hear this truth now, and let it settle into the very foundation of how you see yourself. Your worth was never attached to your performance. Your value was never determined by your success rate. Your identity was settled before you took a single step, before you were even born, written into existence by the one who made you and called you his own. You are loved not because of what you do, but because of whose you are. That does not change with outcomes. It is fixed. It is eternal. It is more secure than anything the world can offer you or take from you. So when fear whispers that failing now would prove you were never really called, never really gifted, never really who you hoped you were, you have an answer. Your worth is not on the table when you take this step. Your identity is not at risk when you obey. You are not stepping forward to prove something to anyone. You are stepping forward to trust the one who already knows exactly who you are. When that truth becomes real in you, not just something you know in your head, but something settled deep in your spirit, everything shifts. The risk no longer carries the same terrifying weight. Failure stops being the worst thing that could happen, because failure does not define you. Rejection still hurts, but it no longer devastates, because your worth was never in the hands of the one doing the rejecting. And obedience becomes lighter, easier, more natural, because you are no longer carrying the impossible weight of proving your existence through your results. You are simply saying yes to me from a place of security in who I say you are. Let that settle in you right now. Let it go deep. You are my child. You are loved. You are called. You are equipped. Not because you earned it, but because I chose you. And what I choose, I equip. What I equip, I cover. And what I cover, I carry through to completion. You are not in this alone. You never have been, and you never will be. My beloved, I also want to speak to something practical about the way I lead you. Because one of the things that keeps people stuck for a long time is a misunderstanding about how much clarity I give before I ask them to move. You imagine that if I were truly calling you to something, I would make it so unmistakable there would be no room left for doubt. You expect a clear and final answer, a complete map, before you feel free to take the first step. But that is rarely how I work with the ones I love. Think of Abraham. I told him to leave his country, his people and his father's household, and go to the land I would show him. Not the land I was already showing him in full detail, but the land I would show him along the way. He did not receive the whole address before he started walking. He received an instruction and a promise, and then he had to move before the rest was revealed. He went, not knowing where he was going. That is faith. That is the kind of trust I still honor today, and it is the kind of trust I am asking from you. I rarely give you the whole map at once, because I know that if you had it, you might try to walk it without needing me at every step. The partial clarity you have been waiting to outgrow is not a withholding. It is an invitation to stay close. It is my way of making sure you keep your hand in mine, because you need my voice for each next step. The walking together matters as much as the arriving, maybe more. So stop waiting for the complete picture before you move. Take the next step with the clarity you already have, because the step after that will only become visible once you are standing where the first one leads. I reveal the road as you walk it, and the only way to see what comes next is to keep moving toward me. This is also why the uncertainty you have been waiting to disappear is probably not going to disappear before you move. That uncertainty is not a warning sign. It is the normal texture of faith. It is what it feels like to trust someone with information you do not yet have. I am perfectly trustworthy with that information. I have never once been wrong. I have never once been late. I have never once led someone forward in genuine trust and then abandoned them in the middle of the road. My record is perfect, and your trust can rest on that record even when your feelings are not yet settled. My child, let us speak now about time, because what looked like a delay in your life was never a denial. I was working even when you could not see it. You thought the door stayed shut because I had forgotten you. I had not. I was arranging things on the other side of that door that you could not yet carry, people who were not ready, timing that had not yet lined up, pieces that needed to fall into place before you walked through. Every season that felt wasted to you was a season I was still moving in. Think of a field left lying fallow for a time. To anyone passing by, it looks abandoned. Nothing is growing. Nothing seems to be happening at all. But the ground is resting, and rest is not the same as neglect. The soil is recovering its strength so that what is planted next will not wither under shallow roots. I have let parts of your life lie fallow on purpose, not because I lost interest in the harvest, but because I was protecting the ground that harvest would need. There is also a foundation being laid right now in ground you cannot see. You know how it works when something is being built. The parts that take the longest, the parts that require the most careful work, are the parts buried beneath the surface, the parts no one will ever see or admire once the building stands. But without them, nothing above the ground could hold. I have been doing exactly that kind of work in you. Long, quiet, unseen labor, laid deep enough that what I build on top of it will not shake when the storms come looking for a reason to knock it down. So let peace settle into the place where panic has been living. You do not have to understand every piece of the timeline to trust the one who is keeping it. You do not have to see the whole structure to trust the foundation being laid. Peace is not the absence of unanswered questions. Peace is the presence of a steady hand you have decided to trust, even while the questions remain. I am that steady hand. I have never once dropped what I was carrying for you, and I am not going to start now. Now let us talk about the people around you, because sometimes the reason you delay obedience is not only internal. Sometimes it is relational. Maybe there are people in your life who, when you shared something stirring in you, answered with doubt or a long practical list of every reason it would not work. Their words mixed with your own doubts and built a quiet case for why staying safe was the wise and responsible thing to do. Or maybe there are people you are afraid to disappoint, people whose approval has carried more weight in your decisions than it should have. A parent, a spouse, a close friend whose opinion feels like it holds the final vote on your life. You have been living inside an invisible enclosure built from the fear of their disapproval, and you have mistaken that enclosure for wisdom. I see all of that, and I do not minimize it. The people you love matter to me too. I made you for relationship, for community, for connection. That is not weakness. But I also made you with a calling that no other person can fully see or validate from the outside. And there will be moments when what I ask of you will not make sense to the people standing closest to you. There will be moments when your obedience requires disappointing someone you love. In those moments, you have to decide gently but clearly who you are ultimately living for. I am not asking you to be unkind or dismissive toward the people in your life. I am asking you to stop giving their opinions a seat that only I was ever meant to hold. The ones who truly love you and want what is best for you will come to understand eventually, even if they cannot see it yet. And even where they never fully understand, you will stand before me one day, and I will not ask whether your decisions made sense to everyone around you. I will ask whether you trusted me enough to obey. So release the grip other people's opinions have had on your decisions, not with bitterness, not with pride. Release it with the quiet confidence of someone who finally knows who they are living for. Let the fear of disappointing people take its proper place, far behind the simple joy of pleasing me, and walk forward in that freedom. Some of the people closest to you will become your loudest encouragers once they see the fruit of your obedience, simply because they could not see what I was doing while it was still hidden. That is not their failure or yours. It is simply the nature of unseen work. Fruit convinces in ways that explanation never can, and I am far more interested in growing real fruit in your life than I am in winning an argument on your behalf before the harvest comes. But I also want to be honest with you. Some people will not come around, no matter how much fruit grows. Some relationships are built on you staying exactly where you are, predictable and small and easy to manage. When you grow, when you change, when you finally say yes to what I have been asking of you, certain people will feel that growth as a kind of threat, even if they never say so out loud. That is not a reason to shrink back. It is simply the cost of becoming who I made you to be. and I will be with you on both sides of that cost, comforting what is lost and filling what grows in its place. I want you to notice something about the ones you carry in prayer. Your obedience does not only shape you, it shapes the path they walk beside you on. When you live free instead of afraid, when you move instead of stall, you give the people you love permission to do the same. You become proof, simply by living it, that a life surrendered to me is not a smaller life. It is a fuller one. What you give them costs you nothing but your willingness to walk forward. Now I want you to hear something important about where you have been. I do not waste anything. Not the hard seasons, not the painful chapters, not the mistakes you have carried like stones in your pocket, not the years that felt like they went in circles. None of it was wasted. None of it was outside my ability to redeem. And none of it was beyond my power to turn into something that serves your story and ultimately serves the purposes I have for you. The years you feel you lost to fear and delay are not outside my redemption. I can take everything that happened in those years, every hesitation, every circling, every almost moment, and weave it into something that adds real depth to your calling instead of leaving it as a gap in your story. The pain you walked through is not disqualifying you from what I have for you. It is quietly qualifying you in ways you cannot yet see, because the people who will need what you carry most are often the ones who need someone who has actually been through something real. Someone who understands from the inside. Someone who has not only heard about the valley but has walked through it. Your history is not a liability. It is part of your equipment. The very things you are most tempted to hide, the seasons you are most embarrassed by, the failures you wish you could erase, those might be the very parts of your story that make what you carry most needed. Broken people do not need a perfect messenger. They need a real one. They need someone who has wrestled, who has doubted and come back, who has fallen and gotten back up, who has been afraid and moved anyway. That is the kind of testimony that changes a life, and that is the kind of story I have been writing in you through everything you have walked through. I want to tell you something about restoration, because it is not the same as starting over. Starting over erases what came before and begins again from nothing. Restoration is different. Restoration takes what was broken and makes it whole again, scars and all, and then uses those very scars as proof of what I can do with a life that was willing to keep trusting me. I am not in the business of pretending your wounds never happened. I am in the business of redeeming them, of making them part of the testimony rather than something you have to hide to be useful to anyone. Think about how a bone heals after it breaks. The place where it mends often becomes stronger than the bone around it, not weaker. I work the same way in hearts. The places in you that broke and then healed under my hand are not your weakest places anymore. They have become some of the strongest, because they carry both the memory of the wound and the proof of the mending. People who are still standing after being knocked down carry a kind of authority that people who have never been tested simply do not have. And that authority is part of what I want to move through you now. So stop looking at your past as something you must overcome before I can use you. Start looking at it as something I have already been using to shape you into exactly what the people I am sending you to most need. Your past is part of your purpose. Your pain is part of your preparation. And every chapter of the story I have written in you, even the ones you wish were different, is exactly what I need you to carry forward. I also want to speak to the atmosphere of your life right now, because something happens in the unseen places when you keep choosing delay over obedience. It is not punishment. It is simply the natural weight of misalignment. When you keep telling me not yet to what I have already said yes to, the air around your life begins to feel heavy, cloudy, congested, as though everything takes more effort than it should. Doors that should open feel stuck. Conversations that should flow feel awkward. Plans that should come together keep meeting resistance for no clear reason. Sometimes you have called that heaviness opposition. Sometimes it is. But sometimes, quietly, it is simply the accumulated weight of unresolved obedience, the spiritual residue of things I asked for that I did not yet receive. And the same way your delay creates that heaviness, your obedience lifts it. When you finally say yes to what I have been asking, when you take the step you have been avoiding, when you bring your actions into line with my instruction, something shifts. Not always dramatically, not always visible to the natural eye, but there is a clearing, a lightness, a sense that what was blocked has begun to move again. You have felt that shift before. You know the difference between the peace that comes from genuine obedience and the numbness that comes from avoidance. You know the difference between a heart that is truly at rest and a heart that has simply stopped listening because listening had grown too uncomfortable. I'm inviting you back into alignment today, not through striving, not through trying harder, or finally getting yourself together through sheer effort, but through the simple, clean, powerful act of saying yes. That alignment is the doorway to the atmosphere you have been longing for. That is where the heaviness lifts, the peace returns, and the momentum begins again. You do not have to manufacture that lightness yourself. It comes naturally, the moment your will lines up with mine, the way light naturally fills a room the instant a door swings open. State, I trust you if you believe this word belongs to your life right now. My child, I want to speak to you now about time in a way you may not have considered before. You know, in your mind, that life is short. You have heard it said many times, and you have nodded along to it. But I wonder if it has truly settled into the deep places of your heart in a way that changes how you make decisions on an ordinary day. There is a difference between knowing something in your head and carrying it as a living truth in your heart. Time is precious, not in a worn-out way, but in a real, practical, urgent way. Every day that passes does not come back. Every season carries opportunities that were uniquely available within it and nowhere else. The person you could speak to today may not be in the same place of openness tomorrow. The door cracked open right now may be closed by the time you finally feel ready to walk through it. The season of influence you are standing in will not last forever in exactly this shape. I am not trying to frighten you with this truth. I'm trying to wake a holy urgency in you that moves you away from comfortable postponement and toward intentional living. I want you to look at your days differently, holding each one with a kind of grateful attention that says, "This day matters. What I do today carries real weight, and I want to live it with purpose." That does not mean living in anxiety or constant pressure. It means being a good steward of the hours I give you. It means being present to what I am asking of you today, instead of always living for an imagined future that will never arrive in exactly the form you picture it. One of the most freeing things you could ever do is decide to live fully in the present day, not tomorrow's version of yourself, where every fear is gone and every question is answered. Right now, with the faith you currently carry, with the gifts you currently hold, with the courage that is available to you in this very moment if you choose to reach for it, in the life you are actually living, not the one you keep waiting to begin. There is something else I want you to understand about your obedience. It was never only about you. When I place a calling on a life, it is not for that person's benefit alone. It is for everyone that calling was meant to touch. There are people right now, some you have already met, and some you have not yet met, who are waiting for what you carry. There are people stuck in the very place you were stuck before I brought you through it. People sitting in a darkness you have already walked out of. People carrying questions your story already holds the answer to. People who feel entirely alone in something you understand from the inside, because you have lived it. Every day you delay your obedience is another day those people wait without what they need. Another day they remain stuck in something you could help them move through. Another day they feel alone in something you could help them carry. Does that change how you see your hesitation? Sometimes the most powerful reason to obey is not about you at all. Sometimes you need to stop thinking only of your own fear and start thinking about the people standing on the other side of your yes. Your assignment is connected to other people's breakthroughs. Your willingness to step forward creates a path for others to follow behind you. Your obedience is not only personal, it ripples outward in ways you will never be able to fully track or measure, touching the ones you carry in prayer and many you will never even meet. That is exactly why I keep bringing it back to you. I can see what your yes will do in the earth, and I know it is too important to leave sitting on the table. Think of the turning of seasons, how winter never argues with spring. It simply gives way when its time is finished. There is an appointed turning coming in your life, a shift from the season you have been standing in toward the one I have already prepared for you. You do not have to force that turning by striving. You only have to stop resisting it. Let what has run its course finish running, and let what I am bringing next begin to rise in its place. The turning is not something you manufacture. It is something you walk into, the same way you walk from one room into another simply by moving forward. I also want you to think about a desert crossing, because some of you have felt like you have been wandering for a long time without arriving anywhere. The desert feels endless when you are inside it, the same stretch of ground repeating itself day after day, until you start to wonder if you are moving at all. But a desert is not a place I send you to lose you. It is a place I cross with you on the way to somewhere else, a place where you learn to depend on bread that falls fresh every morning instead of bread you stored up yourself. A place where your trust in my provision becomes the very thing that prepares you for what is waiting on the other side of the sand. If you are in a desert season right now, hear me clearly. The crossing has a far side. You will not wander forever. Every step you take, even the ones that feel repetitive and unremarkable, is carrying you closer to the edge of it, even on the days when the horizon looks exactly the same as it did yesterday. I have not lost track of you in the sand. I am walking every mile of it with you, and I know precisely where the desert ends. So hold today with both hands. Do not let it slip past you unattended while you wait for a more convenient one to arrive. The harvest you are hoping for is not hiding in some distant, more comfortable future. It is hidden inside the ordinary obedience available to you right now, today, in the life you are actually living. My child, let us talk about endurance, because beginning is one thing, but continuing is another. Some of you have started before. You took that brave first step, and then something happened that was harder than you expected. A setback, a disappointment, a moment where it did not work the way you hoped. And that became the moment you pulled back, and the pause became permanent. What was meant to be a momentary regrouping became a full withdrawal. Now you are here again, feeling my invitation rise once more, feeling that familiar stirring, and part of you wants to respond, but another part remembers the last time. And that memory makes saying yes again feel harder than it should. I want to speak to that place in you today. I honor that you tried before, and I honor the courage it took. I was there when it got hard. I saw you stumble, and I am not asking you to pretend it did not hurt. But the setback was not the end of the story. The stumble was not a disqualification. It was part of the journey, teaching you what you needed to know and removing what would have hindered you later. This time is different, not because the circumstances are guaranteed to be easier, but because you are different. You carry more now than you carried the last time you tried. You have been shaped by what you walked through, and that shaping is exactly what this next season needs from you. So do not let the memory of a previous stumble become the reason you never fully try again. Get back up. Step forward again. Let the history of what you survived become the very testimony that fuels your next chapter. Now hear me on something practical, something small that has quietly stolen more dreams than almost anything else. The word tomorrow. It sounds so innocent. It sounds like a friend giving you relief without requiring anything from you. It lets you agree with me in your heart without ever having to move your feet. And that is exactly why it is so dangerous. Every time you tell yourself you will do it tomorrow, you make a small agreement with delay. And once you make that agreement, it becomes easy to make it again, until tomorrow becomes your default answer to anything that requires courage. Then one day you look up, and months or years have passed, and the thing I placed in front of you is still sitting exactly where it was, untouched, unclaimed, waiting. I do not want that to be your story, full of almosts, all the times you were almost ready, almost brave enough, almost willing to trust. That word, almost, is one of the saddest words in the life of faith, because it means you stood at the edge of something real and let it slip away. Today is the day that pattern ends, not because every fear has gone silent, but because I am asking, and my grace is available to you today, not only tomorrow. Real faith rarely looks like the picture you have carried in your mind, the confident smile, the unshaken certainty that everything will work out exactly right. Real faith often feels like stepping off a ledge in the dark, hoping the ground is closer than it seems. It feels like speaking while your voice is still shaking, moving while your hands still tremble, starting while your mind is still full of questions. What makes it faith is not how steady you feel. What makes it faith is who you are trusting. If your yes is directed toward me, it counts, even if your knees are weak and your heart is racing twice its normal speed. I rarely come the way you expect. I did not come to one of my prophets in the earthquake or in the fire, but in a still, small voice after the noise had finally passed. I did not call my first followers from a throne room or a temple court. I found them by the shore, mending nets, going about an ordinary day, and I simply said, "Follow me." And they left what they were holding and walked after me. The call rarely arrives with thunder. Most of the time it comes as a quiet nudge, a thought that keeps returning, an ordinary next step that does not feel dramatic enough to be from heaven. Do not dismiss it for being small. Some of the greatest things I have ever done in the earth began with someone obeying a very small instruction. So here is what I am asking you to do before you do anything else once these words end. Take a few minutes. Sit quietly before me. Ask me one honest question. What is the one step I have been asking you to take that you have been avoiding? Not 5 steps, not a whole list, just one, the one that has been waiting the longest. Then listen. When I show you, make it specific. Give it a moment in your day and do it. Today if you can, this week if not today. Let this be the day something in your life actually changed. The life I have for you is not a distant dream waiting in some far-off, more convenient future. It is available now, on the other side of the obedience you have been postponing, and it is richer and fuller than the life you have been living in the shadow of your delay. I have been calling you toward it for a long time, and today, once more, I am asking you. Will you say yes? Not almost yes. Not yes, but later. A real yes, the kind that moves your feet and lifts your hands toward what I have already shown you. Rise, my beloved. The season of staying still has passed, and the season of movement is here. I am with you. My strength is sufficient. My love does not change with your performance, and everything you need for the next step is already placed inside you by the one who designed you for exactly this moment. Take the step, move forward, and discover, as so many before you have discovered, that the God who calls you is also the God who carries you, every single step of the way, from this moment until the very last one. Speak Amen now if you are ready to rise and to walk forward with me. And I want to address something you have not spoken aloud to anyone. The version of you that you perform for the world, capable, composed, moving through your days with enough competence to avoid suspicion, that version is exhausting you. You have worn it so long you have nearly forgotten it is a costume. I am not asking you to tear it off in front of everyone. I am simply asking you to stop wearing it when you are alone with me. You do not have to arrive at my feet with anything assembled. Bring the unfinished version. Bring the version that does not know what comes next. That is precisely the one I am asking to step forward, because polished people are not what this season requires. This season requires someone willing to be seen as they actually are, and trusted enough to move anyway. That is available to you right now.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, I have been waiting for you. Not for a minute. Not for a day. For so long. If my voice is reaching you in this moment, it is not by accident. You did not stumble into this by chance. I guided you here. I drew you. I arranged this meeting long before you ever knew you would need it. So do not turn away. Stay with me because what I am about to speak concerns your life. There are no accidents in my kingdom. Nothing slips through my hands unnoticed. The fact that these words are finding you at this exact second means something. I planned this. I prepared this. I waited for the hour when your heart would be soft enough to hear me clearly. You may call it coincidence. I call it divine timing. For so long I have seen you move through days filled with noise. I have seen you carry burdens you were never meant to carry alone. I have seen you smile in public while feeling empty in private. I have heard your quiet sighs when no one else was near. I have felt the ache in your spirit when you wondered if I was still close. I was always close. Closer than your breath. Closer than your own thoughts. But I have been waiting for you to open the door. When I say open it, I am not speaking of anything outside of you. I am speaking of your heart. There is a place inside you that you have kept shut. Not because you do not love me. Because you are afraid. Afraid of being disappointed again. Afraid of surrendering control. Afraid that if you give me everything, you might lose something you think you need. I understand that fear. I see it plainly. But hear me now. I am not asking to take from you. I am asking to give to you. I have waited so long for this moment. Waited for you to pause. Waited for you to listen. Waited for you to stop running from the very love that would heal you. Do you know what it means to me when you turn toward me willingly? When you whisper my name, not out of habit but out of hunger. Heaven rejoices when you lean in. All of it. Every time. You have searched for peace in many places. You have tried to fill the quiet with sound and the ache with activity. You have wandered from one thing to the next, hoping something would finally satisfy. But the emptiness you feel was never meant to be filled by the world. It was meant to be filled by me. That is why I am asking you now. Open your heart. Open your defenses. Open the parts you have hidden even from yourself. Do not make me wait any longer, my beloved. Not because I am impatient, but because I know what you are missing by delaying. Every day you hesitate is another day you carry weight I am ready to lift. Every moment you hold back is another moment you stand outside the fullness I prepared for you. I am not angry with you. I am not disappointed in you. I am longing for you. There is a difference. My heart does not close when you struggle. It stays open. My love does not fade when you doubt. It remains steady. But I desire closeness. I desire honesty. I desire the simple act of you saying, "Here I am." When you open your heart to me fully, healing begins at once. Not always loudly, not always with drama, but deeply. Chains that have wrapped around your thoughts begin to loosen. Old wounds you have ignored begin to mend. Shame you have carried quietly begins to dissolve. This is what I have been waiting to do. The delay you lived through was not because I forgot you. I do not rush sacred things. I do not force doors open before you are ready to walk through them. But now something inside you is ready. That is why these words feel different. That is why you feel a pull inside your chest. That is why you sense this is personal. Do not ignore that feeling. That is my spirit drawing you closer. That is my voice saying, "This is your moment." I have been patient. I have been gentle. But now I am calling you clearly. Open it. Let me in deeper. Let me set in order what has been chaotic. Let me heal what has been hurting you. Let me restore what you thought was lost forever. You may not realize this, but when you respond to me, my heart rejoices. I am not distant. I am not cold. I delight in you. I smile when you trust me. Your obedience is not about rules. It is about relationship. It is about closeness. It is about love returned. Before this day began, I knew you would be here. Before this hour struck, I had already aligned it. I saw the weight you were carrying. I saw the questions forming in your heart. I saw the quiet thoughts you did not share with anyone. And I said now, not yesterday, not next week, now. Divine timing is not rushed, and it is not delayed. It is exact. There were moments in the past when you were not prepared to hear what I am speaking now. Your heart was distracted. Your spirit was overwhelmed. Your mind was crowded. But today something in you is softer. Something in you is listening. That is not accident. That is alignment. You asked me for clarity. You asked me for direction. You asked for some sign that I am near. I answer through moments like this one. I do not always thunder from the sky. I often speak through what seems ordinary. But when my spirit moves, even the ordinary becomes sacred. The door is in front of you now, and your heart knows it. Do not postpone what can begin right here. Say amen out loud if your heart is open to me in this moment. Now I need you to hear my heart. I have been waiting for you, but not with anger, not with disappointment. I have waited with longing, with love that has never weakened, never faded, never turned away. I have kept my eyes on you as you moved through your days, chasing responsibilities, trying to survive what felt heavy. And all the while I stood near, speaking gently, hoping you would turn your face toward me fully. I desire something deeper with you, not a surface connection, not a quick prayer spoken in passing, not a distant nod in my direction. I long for closeness. I long for you to sit with me without hurry. I long for you to speak to me honestly, without pretending to be stronger than you are. There have been moments when you felt distance between us. Moments when you prayed and heard silence. Moments when you questioned whether I was near at all. My child, that distance was never because I moved away. I do not withdraw my love. I do not step back in frustration. If there was space between us, it was because fear and hurt and disappointment built walls inside you. I saw those walls rise. I saw the times you were wounded and quietly told yourself you would not trust so deeply again. I saw life let you down, and I saw you pull your heart back, not only from people, but from me. You did not even realize you were doing it. You were protecting yourself. I understood. And even while you built those walls, I stayed. Every morning you woke, I was there. Every night you lay down exhausted, I was there. When you succeeded, I rejoiced. When you failed, I did not turn away. When you felt proud of yourself, I smiled. When you felt ashamed, I leaned closer, not further. My love does not shrink when you struggle. It grows more tender. You do not know how patient I have been with you. Not because I am weak, but because my love is strong. I do not rush you. I do not force you. I wait. I speak softly. I send reminders. I nudge your spirit. I draw you back slowly so that you return willingly. There were times you ignored my whisper. Times you felt the pull to pray but chose distraction instead. Times you sensed me calling you deeper, and you hesitated. Even then, I did not leave. I did not say enough. I simply waited for the next moment when your heart would soften. This is that moment. My longing for you is not like human longing. It is pure. It is steady. It is faithful. I am not seeking to control you. I am seeking to walk with you. I want to share your days, your thoughts, your concerns. I want to guide you before you fall. I want to comfort you before you break. I want to remind you of your worth before you forget it. The distance costs you something real, my child. Not because I am offended, but because I know what you miss when you step away. When you carry everything alone, I feel the weight pressing on you. When you isolate yourself, I see the loneliness creeping in. When you choose noise over stillness, I see the exhaustion building. And I wait for you to come back to quiet. You may wonder why I care so deeply, why I keep pursuing you when you drift. Because you are mine. I formed you with intention. I breathed life into you. My love for you is not temporary. It is not conditional. It does not rise and fall with your performance. Even when you doubted me, I believed in you. Even when you questioned my presence, I stayed close. Even when you walked through cold seasons, my heart stayed warm toward you. I never stopped loving you. Not for a second. Not once. There were nights when you lay awake, thinking, worrying, wandering from thought to thought. You believed no one noticed the ache in your chest. I noticed. I saw how you kept yourself busy to avoid the deeper questions. I saw how you avoided silence because silence made you feel too much. And still I waited patiently for you. My patience is not weakness. It is mercy. It is grace. It is love that refuses to give up. I do not chase you with anger. I pursue you with tenderness. I do not drag you into closeness. I invite you gently, again and again. You are not a burden to me. Your struggles do not exhaust me. Your questions do not annoy me. I welcome them. I welcome you. I want the real you, not the version you show others. I want your honesty, your confusion, your tears, your dreams. Bring me all of it. Do not think for a moment that I stopped loving you during your wandering. I walked beside you through every step of it. When you chose paths that were not good for you, I stayed near, shielding you from worse harm than you knew. When you felt far from me, I was guarding your future in silence. I have waited not because I lacked the power to act, but because love cannot be forced. It must be chosen. I gave you freedom because I desire willing closeness, not commanded devotion. And now you are here. You are listening. You feel something stirring inside you. That stirring is not guilt. It is invitation. It is me saying, come closer. It is me saying, I am still here. The distance does not have to continue. The waiting does not have to stretch on. I am ready. I have always been ready. Let this be the moment when waiting turns into walking together. Let this be the moment when distance becomes closeness. Let this be the moment you understand that I never stopped hoping for you. Declare, I believe, if this word is reaching your spirit right now. When I say, open your heart, I am not speaking lightly. I am not asking for a small emotional moment. I am not asking for words spoken out of habit. I am inviting you into surrender. I am calling you into obedience that flows from love. Opening your heart means more than feeling something. It means allowing me to enter fully, without resistance, without walls, without conditions. You have opened parts of your life to me before. You have prayed, you have worshiped, you have asked for help. But there are still rooms inside you that remain closed. Rooms filled with fear. Rooms filled with old pain. Rooms where pride quietly sits and says, I can handle this on my own. I see those rooms clearly. I do not condemn you for them. But I am asking for the key. Surrender is not weakness, it is trust. When you open your heart, you are not losing control. You are placing control into hands stronger than yours. You are saying, I cannot carry this alone anymore. You are saying, I trust you more than I trust my own understanding. That kind of surrender moves heaven. Obedience is not about rigid rules. It is about relationship. When you love someone deeply, you listen to their voice. You follow their guidance because you trust their heart. I am not asking you to obey out of fear. I am asking you to obey because you know I want your good. Every instruction I give is rooted in protection and purpose. There are fears you hold tightly. Fear of being hurt again. Fear of losing what you have. Fear of stepping into the unknown. Fear tells you that if you surrender fully, you might be disappointed. But my child, have I not carried you this far? Have I not shielded you more times than you know? Fear is a guard that promises to keep you safe while it keeps you locked inside. Letting go of fear does not mean pretending it is not there. It means handing it to me. It means saying, I feel afraid, but I will trust you anyway. That one choice opens doors. Fear has kept shut for years, and trust is not proven by words alone. It is proven by what you are willing to release from your own hands. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Pride is quieter than fear, but just as strong. Pride says, I will fix this myself. Pride says, I do not need help. Pride keeps you from asking, keeps you from confessing weakness, keeps you from admitting when you are overwhelmed. But I did not design you to carry life alone. I created you to walk with me. When you open your heart, pride must loosen its grip. Distraction crowds your heart as well. Endless noise, endless tasks, endless wandering from one thing to the next. You fill your days so tightly that there is little room left for stillness. But closeness with me cannot grow in constant noise. It grows in quiet. It grows when you pause long enough to hear my voice clearly. Opening your heart means making space. It means choosing stillness over noise. It means choosing trust over control. It means choosing my voice over every other voice that competes for your attention. I am inviting you into something deeper than surface faith. I want to walk with you through ordinary moments. I want to be present in your decisions. I want to steady your thoughts before they spiral into worry. Closeness requires honesty. You cannot hide from me, even when you try. I already see the hidden places. I see the insecurities you never speak aloud. I see the wounds you buried years ago. I see the resentment you pretend is gone. I see the dreams you are afraid to hope for again. I am not asking for access because I do not know what is there. I am asking because you need healing in those places. There are memories you avoid because they still sting. There are failures you replay and quietly judge yourself for. There are questions you are afraid to ask me because you fear the answer. Open those places to me. I'm not offended by your questions. I'm not surprised by your weakness. I'm not shocked by your struggles. When you open the hidden places, light enters, and light heals. Light exposes the lies that have shaped your thinking. Light lifts the shame that has sat in silence for too long. Light brings clarity where confusion once ruled. Nothing I touch stays broken. You may fear that if you let me fully in, I will demand too much. Understand this. I do not enter to strip you. I enter to restore you. I do not come to take your joy. I come to give you joy that lasts. I do not come to remove everything you love. I come to remove what harms you. That is the difference between loss and healing. Opening your heart is a daily decision, not a single moment. It is choosing again and again to trust me with what you feel, what you fear, what you desire. It is obedience in small things as well as great ones. It is listening for my whisper even when the world shouts. You have tried strength on your own. You have tried independence. You have tried keeping busy. None of it satisfied the deep longing inside you, because that longing was placed there by me. It is a space shaped for my presence alone. Do not be afraid of closeness with me. I am gentle. I am patient. I move at the pace of your healing, not the pace of pressure. Now let me speak about the delay, because I know it has been long. I have seen the days stretch into weeks, and the weeks into months. I have seen you mark time quietly, hoping each new morning would carry the answer you have been longing for. There were days you rose with expectation and ended with the same unanswered questions. I saw your heart rise and fall. I saw the hope you kept holding even when it felt thin. The waiting season has not been easy. You carried disappointments you rarely spoke about. You told others you were fine while inside you wondered how much longer you could endure the silence. You questioned whether you misunderstood my promises. You wondered if the delay meant denial. My beloved, hear this clearly. The delay was never denial. There were nights when you prayed with hardly any words left. You whispered my name softly because you were too tired to say more. You did not need to say more. I heard you. Every quiet prayer reached me. Every trembling sigh was understood in full. When your words ran out, my understanding did not. There were disappointments that cut deep. Doors you believed would open stayed closed. Plans you built carefully seemed to crumble. People you trusted did not respond the way you hoped. In those moments, uncertainty pressed down on you. You tried to stay strong. You tried to remain faithful. And some days you were simply weary, I saw all of it. The delay felt long because you could not see what I was doing beyond your sight. You saw stillness. I saw movement. You saw closed doors. I saw protection. You saw absence. I was arranging alignment. Nothing about the silence was empty. Understand this. The answer you have prayed for has two sides. One side is you. The other side is everything around you, the circumstances, the people, the provision, the timing. I was working on both. While you learned to trust me, I was softening hearts you have never met. While you wrestled with doubt, I was removing obstacles that would have harmed you if they had remained in your path. A blessing requires alignment from more than one direction. It is not only about you being ready, it is about everything around you being ready. If I had answered too soon, the other side would not have been in place. The timing would have been incomplete. The blessing would have been fragile. And I do not release fragile blessings. I release fullness. Divine timing is like fruit on a tree. Picked too early, it has no sweetness. Left too long, it loses its strength. But gathered at the right moment, it carries everything it was meant to carry. Your answer is moving toward that ripeness now. You can sense it. Something in you already knows. There were things you wanted earlier that I did not allow. You thought I was silent. You thought I was distant. But I was standing between you and weight that would have crushed you. Some of my greatest mercies toward you were the requests I did not grant on your schedule. One day you will understand, and you will thank me for the doors that stayed shut. You are not the same person who first prayed that prayer. Your faith has deepened. Your heart has softened. Your priorities have shifted. You value my presence now more than my answers, and that change did not come cheaply. You have learned to sit with me in silence. You have learned that my love does not disappear when answers are slow. Remember my servant Daniel. He prayed, and from the first day his words left his lips, I heard him and the answer was sent. But there was resistance in the unseen realm, a battle he could not see from where he knelt. He felt only silence. Yet the answer was already on its way, and I made certain it broke through. Nothing in heaven or on earth could hold it back. It is the same for you. You cannot see what is being broken and cleared in the unseen right now on your behalf. But I see it all. The resistance you have felt was real, but it will not prevail. When I speak a word, no power in existence can revoke it. What I have decreed over your life left my throne long ago, and it is moving toward you still. So stop measuring my faithfulness by earthly clocks. Stop calculating my promises by what your eyes can see today. I am not limited by what looks possible. What looks like delay today will become your testimony tomorrow. What confuses you now will one day be the clearest proof that I was working all along. There is movement happening at this very hour that is quietly undoing what was planned against you. The struggle in the unseen realm is real, but greater by far is my power working in your favor. I did not merely hear your prayers and set them aside. I have risen to act. If the veil were pulled back for one moment, you would fall to your knees at what surrounds you. Help you never asked for. Protection you never noticed. A wall of living fire between you and what meant to destroy you. You have never been as alone as you felt. Not once. Not for a single night. So do not despise the waiting now that it is nearing its end. It did a work in you that comfort never could. It refined you. It anchored you. It taught your hands to hold blessing without trembling. When the answer arrives, you will not be overwhelmed by it. You will recognize it, steward it with wisdom, and hold it with gratitude instead of fear of losing it. That steadiness was born in the delay, and it will serve you for the rest of your life. Now pause, my child, because something has shifted in the unseen. A decision has been made in my presence concerning you. A word has gone out that carries your name. This is not a feeling I am describing. It is a decree. When I place my hand upon a life, nothing remains as it was. What others declared permanently lost, I have the power to restore. What the passing years tried to wear away, I can renew with glory. What the adversary worked to tear down in your life, I will rebuild with double strength. Do you remember the night you thought about giving up? The night everything fell apart and no one knew your battle? I was there. I saw you look upward with nothing left to say because exhaustion had stolen your words. Even without speaking, your soul cried out, and it reached me. It was not in vain. Nothing you have endured has been in vain. You have wept in private, have you not? You have woken in the dark hours with worry pressing on your chest. You have lain there wondering if your prayers rose any higher than the ceiling. You have seen others receive their answers and quietly asked if you had been passed over. Hear me. You were never passed over. Your name has never once left my thoughts. By day you told your family you were fine. You spoke of blessing while your heart felt like it was cracking. You showed the world your strongest face and hid the rest. But I was never fooled, and I was never far. The betrayal that shook you still echoes sometimes. The rejection made you question your worth. You wondered if something in you was too broken to repair. Nothing in you is beyond my repair. There is a weariness in you that sleep has not fixed. It is not laziness. It is not weakness. It is the tiredness of a soul that has carried too much for too long. I know its name and I know its cure. Come to me and I will give you rest. Real rest. The kind that reaches the deep places. You buried dreams because disappointment hurt too much. You stopped praying certain prayers because you could not bear another silence. I am telling you now, those dreams did not die in the ground where you left them. I kept them. I have guarded every one, and I am breathing on them again. What fear silenced, I am awakening. What sorrow buried, I am raising. Hear the verdict I now speak over you. The accusations against you are canceled. The debts that suffocated you are annulled. What man could not resolve, I have resolved in the unseen, and you will see it with your own eyes. What was blocked now moves. What was impossible now opens. What was held back is now released. Do not accept living under a rejected name any longer because I am giving you a new one. I call you chosen. I call you honored. I call you blessed. Where they wrote failure, I seal victory. Where they called you debtor, I call you provider. Where they labeled you forgotten, I declare you the target of my favor. Provision is part of this release. I am the God who turns barren ground into harvest. Doors of supply that were shut to you will open, and you will know it was not luck, not favor from man, not chance. It will carry my fingerprints. You will recognize my hand, because it will arrive in ways no earthly plan could explain. But understand, this release is not only about provision. When I bless completely. I bring direction. I bring honor. I bring rest. Other frozen areas of your life will begin to move. Broken relationships will mend. Forgotten works will come back to life. Ideas that seemed impossible will find what they need. I do not just release supply. I release meaning, purpose, and destiny. The enemy tried to silence your voice. He tried to drain your strength and sour your faith with frustration. But he did not succeed. Even wounded, you kept praying. Even in silence, your soul kept reaching for me, and I heard. I always heard. Now I come as your Father, your provider, the God of promises, to tell you plainly, your time has come. Many will look at what I am about to do in your life and not understand it. They will ask how. They will try to explain with logic what is beyond logic. You do not have to prove anything to them. Your peace will be your answer. Your steadiness will be the sign that heaven moved. Live the blessing. Let it speak for itself. Those you love will be touched by this as well. The ones you carry in prayer will see with their own eyes what it means to trust me. Your home will become a sign that I honor those who honor me. Even the ones who mocked your faith will fall quiet when they see that I do not abandon my own. You will stand firm where many fall. You will be sustained in seasons when others retreat, all of it resting on one certainty. Your name is in my hands. You will not need to grasp or strive to make this happen. What I have assigned to you cannot be claimed by another, and what belongs to another was never meant to weigh on you. Rest inside that certainty. The favor I give does not run out, and it does not arrive late. It comes looking for you, in rooms you have not entered yet, through people you have not met yet, in seasons you have not lived yet. Your task is simple. Stay close to me. Keep your heart clean, and remain faithful with what is already in your hands. Whisper, I receive it, if you are ready for what I am releasing over you. And receive this as well. I am not lifting you up so you can be admired. I am lifting you up so you can be a doorway for others. The comfort I pour into you will overflow to people who are still in their dark night. The story you thought disqualified you will become the very thing that gives someone else courage. Nothing you walked through will be wasted. I waste nothing. Now receive what I am speaking over every area of your life. Let these words go deep into the place where faith lives and where new things are born. Do not let them pass over you like weather. Take them in slowly. Let them settle. Let them take root in the soil of your heart. Because a word from me does not return empty. May your provision overflow until giving becomes your greatest joy. May supply reach you through channels you never expected, until you have to search for new ways to bless others. May opportunity meet you so often that you learn to choose wisely between open doors. May what you need arrive before you knew to ask for it. This is not wishful thinking. This is my intention for you. May your body respond to my touch. May strength return to you, quietly and steadily, until people around you ask what has changed. May your sleep grow deep and your mind grow calm. May the heaviness that sat on your shoulders lift, and may you wake with a lightness you had forgotten was possible. I am the God who renews. Let me renew you. May broken relationships be restored in their right time. May people who walked away return changed, and may you have the grace to receive them. May new companions arrive carrying exactly what your journey requires. May your circle become so marked by my presence that simply being near you brings peace to others. You were never meant to walk this road alone, and you will not. May your calling grow clear until confusion has no place left to stand. May your gifts make room for you in places you thought were locked. May your purpose speak so plainly that doubt loses its voice. May doors open before your hand touches them. I did not form you for a small life. I formed you for the work I prepared in advance, and I will lead you into it step by step. May those you love walk in favor you labored for. May the ones who come after you inherit the ground you cleared with your prayers. May the faith you kept in hidden years become a well that others draw from long after this season is past. What you have sown in secret, I will honor in the open. A life surrendered to me leaves a blessing behind it that outlives its years. Now hear me on peace, because peace is part of your inheritance too. The world around you will not always be quiet. Storms will still rise. News will still trouble the air. People will still disappoint. But my peace is not like the world's peace. The world's peace depends on calm circumstances. Mine stands in the middle of the storm and does not move. I am teaching you to live from that peace. Not a peace you must chase, but a peace that holds you. When everything shakes, you will be steady. When others panic, you will be still. Not because you are pretending, but because you know who holds you. The same voice that calmed the sea speaks over your life now. Be still. I am God. That is enough. Let go of the habit of rehearsing tomorrow's troubles today. Worry borrows weight from a future I have already gone ahead to prepare. I am already standing in your tomorrow, just as I stood in your yesterday. Nothing ahead of you will find me unprepared. Nothing ahead of you will catch me by surprise. So take the day I have given you and live it with me. There is also a work I am doing inside you that no one else can see yet. I am renewing your mind. Old patterns of thinking, the ones that always led you to fear, are being replaced. Thoughts that once told you that you were not enough are losing their grip. I am transforming you from within, and in time your outer life will bear the mark of that inner change. You will notice it in small ways first. You will respond with patience where you once snapped. You will rest where you once spiraled. You will forgive more quickly, hope more easily, speak more kindly to yourself. Do not dismiss these small changes. They are evidence of my spirit at work. Great oaks do not announce their growing. They simply grow. And as you grow, I will trust you with more. More insight, more responsibility, more of the quiet authority that comes from a life rooted in me. You have asked me for bigger things, and I delight to give them. But I love you too much to give you weight before I have built the strength to carry it. That building is happening now, even today, even in this hour. So walk forward without fear of losing what I give. Some hold their blessings tightly, terrified they will vanish. You will not need to hold yours that way. What I establish, I sustain. What I open, no one shuts. What I give in love, I do not snatch back. Hold your blessings with open hands, and you will find they multiply there. Think of a river finding its course. It does not force its way. It follows the path cut for it, and in following it gains power. It carves through stone not by violence, but by faithfulness, one steady day after another. Your life is finding its course now. Stop fighting the banks I have set for you. Flow where I am leading, and you will be amazed at what steady obedience can carve. Think also of the turning of seasons. No one commands winter to leave. It simply yields when its time is complete, and the thaw begins whether anyone believes in it or not. Your long winter is yielding now. You do not have to force the spring. You only have to recognize it, rise with it, and plant again. The one who refuses to plant because winter once came will stand empty at every harvest. So plant again, my child. Hope again. Begin again. The failures behind you were lessons, not verdicts. The losses behind you were chapters, not the whole story. I am the author of what comes next, and I write with a steady hand. Remember this above everything else in this hour. The gifts are not the goal. I am the goal. The blessings are streams. I am the well. Seek my face and not only my hand, and you will lack nothing that matters. For when you have me, everything else finds its right place around you. Now hear how I seal this word, because a word from my mouth is not a suggestion. It is a decree. It is done. It is finished. It is settled. What I have spoken over you in this hour is already in motion, moving toward you through paths you cannot trace. Your part is not to make it happen. Your part is to receive it, to stand in it, and to walk as one who has heard from heaven. In the days ahead, be attentive, because I will confirm this word to you. I delight in confirming what I speak. You may find provision arriving from a direction you had stopped considering. You may hear from someone long absent from your life, carrying something you need, a word, an opening, a healing of what was left unfinished. You may even find that as wrong doors close quietly around you, one right door stands open with light behind it. When these things come, do not call them chance. Call them what they are. My hand. But do not build your faith on signs alone. Build it on me. Signs point to the giver, and the giver is with you always. Whether confirmation comes quickly or slowly, my word remains the same. I do not speak and then abandon what I have spoken. I stand over my word to perform it, and no season, no setback, and no enemy can wear it away. Do not be gripped by fear any longer. Do not hand your peace to troubling reports. Do not tremble at voices that speak against what I have promised. When those voices rise, and they will, answer them with what you heard today. Say, I have been spoken for. Say, my Father has decided my case. Say, the verdict is already given, and it is mercy. There will be mornings when this hour feels far away. Days when the old heaviness tries to return and whisper that nothing has really changed. On those mornings, come back to this word. Stand on it. A promise from me does not weaken with time. It gathers strength like water rising behind a wall until the appointed moment when it breaks through all at once. And keep walking. Faith is not only believing, it is moving. Take the next step I show you, even if it seems small. Send the word. Make the amends. Begin the work. Rise a little earlier to sit with me. I rarely reveal the whole road, but I always reveal the next step. Take it, and the one after it will appear. This is how I lead my own, step by step, glory to glory. Guard what has been planted in you today. The enemy of your soul will attempt to steal this word before it takes root. He will use busyness, doubt, old wounds, and other voices. Do not let him. Keep this word close. Speak it over yourself when the house is quiet. What you rehearse, you keep. What you keep grows. Speak it especially in the night watches, when worry does its loudest talking. The darkness has always tried to convince my people that morning is not coming. It lied to them, and it is lying to you. Answer the night with my promise, and then sleep. You can rest because I do not. While you sleep, I keep working. While you rest, I keep guard. The one who watches over you does not slumber. Stay near to me in the simple ways. Speak with me in the morning before the day begins its pulling. Thank me at night, even for small things, especially for small things. Gratitude keeps the heart soft and the eyes open. A grateful heart sees my hand everywhere. A complaining heart sees it nowhere. Choose the eyes you will live behind. Extend to others what I have extended to you. Be patient with the struggling, for you know the weight of struggle. Be gentle with the doubting, for you have doubted. Give quietly, forgive quickly, and love without keeping score. Every kindness you show in secret, I see in full, and nothing done in love is ever lost in my kingdom. There are people ahead of you on the road, my child, who are waiting for the version of you that walks out of this season. They do not know your name yet. Some have been asking me for help, and part of my answer is you. This is the weight of being blessed. It was never meant to end with you. Carry it well, and I will keep the supply flowing, pressed down, shaken together, running over. And when the blessing comes, and it is coming, remember this hour. Remember that you heard my voice when nothing had changed yet. That is faith, and it is precious to me beyond what you can measure. The one who trusts me in the dark will stand in the light without fear. The one who honored me in the lean season will not be ashamed in the abundance. My child, we have walked a long road together, further than you know. I was there at your beginning. I am here now. I will be there at every turning still ahead. You have never taken one step outside my sight, and you never will. Let that truth quiet every remaining fear. You are not walking toward an uncertain future. You are walking toward a prepared one. So lift your head. The season of mourning what was lost is closing. The season of receiving what was promised has begun. Welcome to the other side of your long waiting. Welcome to the harvest you sowed in tears. Welcome to everything I have been preparing while you thought nothing was happening. Your account in heaven is settled. Your path is being cleared even now. Your name is written where no hand can erase it. I am not finished with you. In truth, I am only beginning. The best is not behind you. The best is ahead of you, and I will walk you into it personally. Carry this word with you into this day and every day that follows. Let it steady you in the storm and humble you in the harvest. And when you doubt, return here, to the sound of my voice, to the truth that is not changed and will not change. You are mine. I am yours. Nothing can separate us. Receive it all now in the mighty name of my Son. Amen and amen. Declare your amen one final time if you trust that the best is still ahead of you.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.